Hello, hello. Are we live? Are we being heard? I'm on. That's an important thing. If that's on, hi guys. Is everybody, can everybody hear and see me? Hi, Tilly, Darth Sidious. I love to see that everybody's already chatting amongst themselves in chat about Goosebumps. So, let me move. Everything's still kind of moved around from yesterday. We make sure that we can see the desk because that's kind of important. Also, this is going to need to be adjusted. Hang on one second. How is everybody? Hey, Boots. Hey, Noah. Hey, Allie. How is everybody? This needs to move a little bit. This needs to move a little bit more. Give me one second. I'm just adjusting. Nobody needs to see the colossal mess of cables on the other side of the desk. You know, we don't think about that. Out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, here we are. That's better. So excited for anything Goosebumps related. Me too. Currently working, but I've been rewatching Code. So cool. That's really cool. Yeah, good to see you guys. So showed up before the stream started for once. I'm so glad to see you all here. I know 8:30 I think is the latest I've ever started a stream, but I was like editing and then like time was getting away from me and I was like, oh, I don't want to be late. So we're gonna just make it the time that I'm actually gonna be able to be there, not be late. But hello all, we are reading Goosebumps. Welcome to Dead House, which by the way is the first Goosebumps book ever. And this is kind of going to be included in part of a slightly bigger project for me because I am doing a video where I try to read all of these books, all 62 of the original books, which I have managed to collect before Halloween. So we're going to see if I can pull that off, and we're going to see how it happens. But fair warning, some of these clips might be included in that video. First time making it to stream. Sweet. Welcome, Nightmare. Well, good to have you. Let me get this up so I'm not like constantly leaning all the way in. Let's see. Wow, we're on stream 70, guys. Can you believe it? Hey, Jordan. So excited for all the Goosebumps content. Yes. Yes. I've already covered a lot of RL Sign content, but I want to cover so much more of it. Also, in case anybody's wondering, this is gin and juice. It's cranberry, black cherry juice, and gin. So, you know. Hey, Isabel! First time catching the stream. Welcome! We have so many new people. Hey, Ellery! Welcome! I'm actually on time to catch a whole stream again for the first time in a month. Yeah, I think the later stream means that we all end up being on time. I'm also on time for like the first time in forever. Just finished reading The Exorcist. I didn't intend to read it for the Halloween season, but I finished it right as October began. That's cool. I've never read The Exorcist. I've seen the movie, and I like the movie. Hey, Paolo. Welcome, everybody. Sipping on gin and juice. The only time I've drank alcohol in the past, like, I don't know, 3 weeks. I'm not big on alcohol. I'm kind of boring like that. I have to leave in 30-ish minutes to work on college stuff, so I hope I can come back later. Yes, and obviously the VOD's always available. We have 17 concurrent! We have 19 concurrent! Hey, everybody. Welcome. I'm so happy to see you all. But yeah, don't feel bad about having to leave. If you come back, that's great, and the VOD will be there for you if you want to just listen to the rest of the story tomorrow. Tried staying for your Kingdom Hearts stream, but the buffer got really bad for me. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. That VOD is probably so scuffed. It was one of those days where like everything broke, and it was just one of those things where we were just like, this is our life. I guess we're committed to it. I kind of like spot watched through some of the VOD, and the VOD seems to be not as bad as I thought it was gonna be, but that's a low bar. I'll have a bottle of wine from last year on New Year's Eve unopened, so I get you. Yeah. Gin and juice, the drink of mother's dog. Funnily enough, my mom made this drink for me, and I just kind of topped it off. We love gin and juice here. Cycle of a Werewolf is a really fun werewolf book written by Stephen King. It's shorter story. It may be a good one for stream. That's cool. I've never read that one. I'll definitely have to check that out. Hey, Jay-Z. Not a fan of the horror genre, so I never read Goosebumps book as a kid, but sounds like a perfect stream for spooky season. The reason why I love Goosebumps, covering them, collecting them, watching the show back as an adult, is because it's horror, kids horror. So it's very campy. It's very funny in places. It can be very dark, but it's not like over the top. So I feel like if you are like want that kind of spooky vibe, but you don't want to be like completely traumatized, Goosebumps is a really like safe choice always. I haven't read that book in about a decade. I remember the Goosebumps episodes being really good back in the 90s when I saw it. Yeah, they're really fun to watch back as an adult because, yes, they're campy, but they're so much fun. Chris. Hey, Chris. Chris Tiger Harris, how are you? I think more or less perfect. The art of using makeup to make myself look even more undead than usual going during stream last night. I was reading, I saw some of your comments. There's so much going on stream last night. I apologize if I wasn't responding to chat as much as I usually do. But I saw your comments about that and I was like, that is amazing. Hey, Austin. Yay, the whole gang's here. I'm so excited. Welcome, guys. Fear Street was amazing. R.L. Stine, teen young adult series. Yes, I don't actually own any of the Fear Street ones, but I am looking to add some to my collection. I sometimes feel like I must be notorious on eBay because I'm always like scouting out deals on eBay when it comes to like books for stream, but especially Goosebumps. I don't know why I keep holding the books up to that camera. You can see it here. Goosebumps isn't as creepy as Are You Afraid of the Dark? That show legit gave me nightmares. Yeah, Are You Afraid of the Dark is a little bit more intense. And I think that's where the rivalry comes in. Some people like the kind of lighter campiness of Goosebumps, which can get dark when it wants to. But yeah, I know what you mean. Are You Afraid of the Dark is more intense. R.L. Stine gonna give you goosebumps, pun intended. Yeah, I mostly read the Give Yourself Goosebump books because I was really into like Choose Your Own Adventure. Like that kind of media is still always a big thing for me. But I don't remember like any. I remember reading these books, but I don't remember which ones I read or really how they ended. I feel like I have this sneaking suspicion that I started reading a bunch and then never finished that many of them because it was like, oh, we're gonna dare each other to read the scary books. Let's get Avery for stream. Oh, thank you, Tilly. Starting to listen to the Haunted Mask 2 audiobook. That's so cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people who've done independent audiobooks that I realized when I was when we covered the last episode of Goosebumps that we just recently did One Night in Horrorland. I realized that a lot of people have made kind of unofficial audiobooks if anybody wants to listen to them. Oh, I see R.L. Stine and Stephen King from Maximum Overdrive trailer team up to introduce something, right? Choose Your Own Adventure books were so much fun. I also have 2 like Choose Your Own Adventure brand books that I found in a Goodwill the other day. So those will definitely be stream things eventually too. Recently watched Monster High, the movie on Paramount Plus. Honestly, for a made-for-streaming Nickelodeon movie, it's a lot of fun. I think the hardcore fan base is too hard on it. Interesting. I've never seen any of the Monster Highs, but I want to. I should start. It'll probably be after Halloween, but I should start covering them. So this is the thing. Let's read our synopsis. Amanda and Josh look alive. Amanda and Josh think the old house they've just moved into is weird, spooky, possibly haunted, and the town of Dark Falls is pretty strange too. That's the name of the town, I forgot. But their parents don't believe them. You'll get used to it, they say. Go out and make some new friends. So Amanda and Josh do, but these new friends are not exactly what their parents had in mind because they want to be friends forever. Creepy. I love the Choose Your Own Adventure books, and the Give Yourself Goosebumps books, which were just Choose Your Own Adventure, but Goosebumps were also some favorites of mine. I read a Stephen King book because they seem too long for me. Some of them are really long, some of them are not. I read one of his more recent books is called The Outsider. I read it because I got to work a bunch on the show, and I wanted to know and understand what we were doing. That one was like 500, 600 pages, and I listened to it on audiobook on 2x speed. But then you have some of his older ones, like The Mist. The Mist is a smaller book. My mom used to read all of his stuff. Don't forget Monster High was meant to be cheesy and campy. The fan base act like the original movies were high art, which they definitely weren't. Yeah, you get a lot of that in nostalgia media. People remember things as being more perfect than they were. I want to see the live action movie. It looks cheesy but fun. I also love old school Monster High. Also an old school Monster High fan. Yeah. And sisters that liked it, got into it, loved the goth style on some of the characters. Yeah. It does have a really cool style. Pretty sure the newest Stephen King novel is out right now. It's like set during the pandemic, and the plot is about a teenage boy who ends up inside a fairy tale. Interesting. Stephen King goes to some wild places. You gonna do reviews on the Goosebump movies? I will eventually, for sure. Cycle of a Werewolf is short. Like I said, it's maybe around 160 pages. The audiobook is around like 2-ish hours. Yeah, I've never read that, but yeah, that always seems like one of the most intriguing out of his books. Let's see, do we think we're gonna read this? We should probably read this. We'll probably read this whole thing. Oh yeah, we'll probably definitely read this whole thing tonight. Interesting. Oh yeah, because it's only like 120 pages, and then this in the back is just a chapter for the next book. Out of the basement, which was the next book. So they were correct. They weren't lying. I have 3 Goosebumps graphics novels. They have 3 of the original books in comic form. That's cool. Camp Jelly and Deep Trouble stood out to me from memory. That's cool. The camp ones, I think, stand out. Horrorland always stands out. All the Slappy ones stand out because I was terrified of Slappy, and I'm still kind of terrified of him, but also we have major beef because he's such an asshole. Stephen King did a shit coke back in the day. Yes. Yup. Yeah, I would like to review the movies at some point. For sure. I worked for 2 days on the second one as an extra, so it's easy to say I know nothing about them. But yeah, let us dig into this book. Chapters are each month, so that's when the title comes. The chapters are each. Yeah. Title comes from. It spans an entire year. It's pretty clever. That's cool. This movie is great. Second is Yeah. I haven't seen either, but the first movie in the series is always I shouldn't say that. Usually the first one is better than all the other ones. Haunted Mask was the first Goosebumps book I ever read. Read it in autumn, which was just perfect timing. I even repainted a doll to look like Carly Beth. That's so cool, wearing the mask while holding her head. I didn't read that one as a kid, but oh my god, if that isn't one of my favorite, if not my favorite out of the series now, and I think it's going to be one of my favorite books. I'm planning on watching the second one tonight. Ooh, that's fun. All right, let's get into this. Chapter 1. I love this book because R.L. Stine said this past summer was 30 years of Goosebumps, and R.L. Stine has gone on record saying that he regrets making this one as scary as he did. He feels like this one is too much for kids, and he feels bad, which I think is so funny. I was used to, as a kid, be like, think of R.L. Stine as this like scary mythical figure because he wrote all of these books, but he seems like just such a sweet dad figure, you know? I'm excited. You have good vibes. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to review the Disney Plus Goosebumps series. It's coming out. Probably. I probably will. That'll be a lot of fun. Goosebumps got backlash and almost canceled. I mean, I know that like Goosebumps got a ton of backlash like when I was a kid, and if you're anywhere around my age when we were kids, parents were trying to ban Goosebumps out of every library. It was a huge thing. Goosebumps theme goes hard. Yes, it does. I was looking. Some people make it into like lo-fi background music, and I'm just like, that's so great. All right, here we go. Too scary with a title like Dead House? Nah. Kids horror, really pushing the limits of what kids horror entails. Only Goosebumps thing I remember was some sort of haunted monster game show. That's horror. That's One Day at Horrorland, and then Horrorland had its own spin-off series, which I also own some of the books of. I remember trying to book signing for Earl Sign as a little kid. It was in the mail that was 100% filled with wait time, so I never got to meet him. Oh, in the mall. Why did I say mail? I thought mall, and I said mail. Well, what I find funny is, look at this. You can sign. This is like the buy Goosebumps by mail forum in the back of the book. You can just check off which ones you want, and then include a check to these. God, that's so funny. Well, these books were cheap for retail, but I bought all these cheaper than that. The Living Dummy 2 was the first episode I saw. The first episode I saw was Say Cheese and Die. I think that's the first episode of the show I saw. Daniel, I was working on our video like right as I was like getting ready to get on stream. I've been sitting here like editing it. I'm so excited to release it. I was more of an Animorphs reader. Those books are morbid and depressing. Yeah, everybody go subscribe to the Box Cutter podcast if you like Playhouse Disney or just old school Disney at all, because oh yeah, let me show the spine of the book. Because Daniel runs a great podcast over there. Big Goosebumps at the book fair. I was in elementary school. I remember seeing the Most Wanted. Yeah, the Most Wanted ones. I think I actually own every one of the Most Wanted books. Problem. Playhouse Disney was lit. Yes, go subscribe to the Box Cutter podcast. It's a great podcast. I get to be on the episode next Saturday, I think. Next week, whenever it comes out. Yeah, and Danny was nice enough to come and hang out on this channel for a while, so that's this Saturday. Yes, everybody be ready this Saturday. I'll share it on my community post, but we did a collab here that's going to come out soon, hopefully in the next day or two. I'm on the next episode of the Box Cutter podcast that comes out this Saturday. It's a podcast mainly about Out of the Box. If anybody remembers that show, it was a favorite of mine. And also other old school Disney stuff. It's very, very good. I like it quite a lot. Animorphs were so cool. I still need to read Animorphs. I never read those. Let me get into, because I could just sit and talk about Goosebumps and how much I love it forever. Let me start reading. Out of the Box was a favorite of mine. It was so good. Such a classic. Right. Let's see. Let me move this back a little. There we go. Chapter 1. I feel like I should have like some creepy music playing in the background. You can finally read. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I can start reading whenever I want, but I'm just I just get really distracted because I'm just like, oh, let's talk about Goosebumps and how cool it is. You guys are not your guys' fault at all. From Camp Jelly Jam. That one's a good one. Yeah. All right. Chapter 1. Josh and I hated our new house. Sure, it was big. It looked like a mansion compared to our old house. It was a tall, red brick house with a sloping black roof, and rows of windows framed by black shutters. It's so dark, I thought, studying it from the street. The whole house was covered in darkness as if it were hiding in the shadows of the gnarled old trees that bent over it. It was the middle of July, but dead brown leaves blanketed the front yard. Our sneakers crunched over them as we trudged up the gravel driveway. Tall weeds poked up everywhere through the dead leaves. Thick clumps of weed had completely overgrown the old flower bed I say weed singular as in the weeds, not the fun kind of weed, the regular kind of weeds. Had completely overgrown an old flower bed beside the front porch. This house is creepy, I thought unhappily. Josh must have been thinking the same thing. Looking up at the old house, we both groaned loudly. Ugh. Mr. Dawes, the friendly young man from the local real estate office, stopped near the front walk and turned around. Everything okay? He asked, staring first at Josh, then at me with his crinkly blue eyes. Josh and Amanda aren't happy about moving, Dad explained, tucking his shirt tail in. Dad is a little overweight and his shirts always seem to be coming untucked. Aw, don't body shame, Dad. It's hard for kids, my mother added, smiling at Mr. Dawes, her hands shoved into her jean pockets, as she continued up the front door. You know, leaving all their friends behind, moving to a strange new place. Strange is right, Josh said, shaking his head. This house is gross. Mr. Dawes chuckled. It's an old house, that's for sure, he said, patting Josh on the shoulder. It just needs some work, Josh, Dad said, smiling at Mr. Dawes. No one has lived in it for a while, so it'll take some fixing up. Look how big it is, Mom added, smoothing back her straight black hair and smiling at Josh. We'll have room for a den and maybe a rec room, too. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Amanda? I shrugged. A cold breeze made me shiver. It was actually a beautiful, hot summer day, but the closer we got to the house, the colder I felt. I guess it was because of all the tall, old trees I was wearing. I was wearing white tennis shoes, tennis shorts, and a sleeveless blue t-shirt. It had been... Is that a t-shirt still if it's sleeveless? I guess it could be. Anyway. It had been hot in the car, but now I was freezing. Maybe it'll be warmer in the house, I thought. How old are they, Mr. Dawes? Asked Mom, stepping onto the front porch. Amanda is 12, Mom answered, and Josh turned 11 last month. They look so much alike, Mr. Dawes told Mom. I couldn't decide if that was a compliment or not. I guess it's true. Josh and I are both tall and thin and have curly brown hair, like Dad's, and dark brown eyes. Everyone says we have serious faces. I really want to go home, Josh said, his voice cracking. I hate this place. My brother is the most impatient kid in the world. And when he makes up his mind about something, that's it. He's a little spoiled. At least I think so. Whenever he makes a big fuss about something, he usually gets his way. We may look alike, but we really are not that similar. I'm a lot more patient than Josh is, a lot more sensible, probably because I'm older and because I'm a girl. Josh had hold of Dad's hand and was trying to pull him back to the car. Let's go. Come on, Dad. Let's go. I knew this was one time Josh wouldn't get his way. We were moving into this house, no doubt about it. After all, the house was absolutely free. Huh. A great uncle of Dad's, a man we didn't even know, had died and left the house to Dad in his will. Free as a house sounds pretty great. I can see why they were like, yeah, it's a creepy fixer-upper, but, you know, it's free, so I'd take it. I'll never forget the look on Dad's face when he got the letter from the lawyer. He let out a whoop and began dancing around the living room. Josh and I thought he'd flipped or something. My great-uncle Charles has left us a house in his will, Dad explained, reading and rereading the letter. It's in a town called Dark Falls. Oh, I don't care that he died, but he's leaving us a house. Little big callous. Huh? Josh and I cried. Where's Dark Falls? Dad shrugged. I don't remember your Uncle Charles, Mom said, moving behind Dad to read the letter over his shoulder. Neither do I, admitted Dad. But he must have been a great guy. Wow. This sounds like an incredible house. He grabbed Mom's hands and began dancing happily with her across the living room. Dad sure was excited. He'd been looking for an excuse to quit his boring office job and devote all of his time to his writing career. This house, absolutely free, would be just the excuse he needed. And now, a week later, here we were in Dark Falls, a 4-hour drive from our home, seeing our new house for the first time. We hadn't even gone inside, and Josh was trying to drag Dad back to the car. Josh, stop pulling me, Dad snapped impatiently, trying to tug his hand out of Josh's grasp. Dad glanced helplessly at Mr. Dawes. I could see that he was embarrassed by how Josh was carrying on. I decided maybe I could help. Let's go, Josh, I said quietly, grabbing Josh by the shoulder. We promised we'd give Dark Falls a chance, remember? I already gave it a chance, Josh whined, not letting go of Dad's hand. This house is old and ugly and I hate it. Don't hurt the house's feelings. It might kill you over it. If you haven't even gone inside, Dad said angrily. Yes, let's go in, Mr. Dawes urged, staring at Josh. I'm staying outside, Josh insisted. He can be really stubborn sometimes. I felt just as unhappy as Josh looking at the dark old house, but I never carry on the way Josh was. Josh, don't you want to pick out your own room, Mom asked. No, Josh muttered. Here, he and I both glanced up to the second floor. There were 2 large bay windows side by side up there. They looked like 2 dark eyes staring back at us. How long have you lived in your present house, Mr. Dawes asked Dad. Ooh, I just saw the creepy person in the window. I was going to look for the bay windows, but I don't see them. You think that they would put them in this illustration? Dad had to think for a second. About 14 years, he answered. The kids have lived there for their whole lives. Moving is always hard, Mr. Dawes said sympathetically, turning his gaze on me. You know, Amanda, I moved to Dark Falls just a few months ago. I didn't like it much either, at first, but now I wouldn't live anywhere else. He winked at me. He had a cute dimple in his chin when he smiled. Let's go inside. It's really quite nice. You'll be surprised. All of us followed Mr. Dawes except Josh. Are there other kids on this block? Josh demanded. He made it sound more like a challenge than a question. Mr. Dawes nodded. The school's just 2 blocks away, he said, pointing up the street. See, Mom quickly cut in, a short walk to school. No more long bike rides every morning. They never drove the kids to school. They all had to bike. They had to bike all by themselves at 10, 11. That sucks. I liked the bus. Or bus rides. Why did I read bike? My brain. Oh my god. Sorry. Bus ride. I thought it said bike rides. It's like no more riding your bike both uphill both ways to school. That's funny. No long bus rides. I liked the bus, Josh insisted. His mind was made up. He wasn't going to give my parents a break, even though we both promised to be open-minded about this move. I don't know what Josh thought he had to gain by being such a pain. I mean, Dad already had plenty to worry about. For one thing, he hadn't been able to sell our old house yet. I didn't like the idea of moving, but I knew that inheriting this big house was a great opportunity for us. We were so cramped in our little house, and once Dad managed to sell the old place, we wouldn't have to worry at all about money anymore. At all? What kind of market are they moving in? Josh should at least give it a chance, that's what I thought. Suddenly, from our car at the foot of the driveway, we heard Petey barking and howling and making a fuss. Petey is our dog. A white, curly-haired terrier, cute as a button, and usually well-behaved. He never minded being left in the car. You're not supposed to leave the dogs in the car. But he was yapping and yowling at full volume and scratching at the car window desperate to get out. Petey, quiet, quiet, I shouted. Petey usually listened to me, but not this time. I'm going to let him out, Josh declared and took off down the driveway towards the car. No, wait, Dad called. But I don't think Josh could hear him over Petey's wails. Might as well let the dog explore, Mr. Dawes said. It's going to be his house, too. A few seconds later, Petey came charging across the lawn, kicking up brown leaves, yipping excitedly as he ran up to us. He jumped on all of us as if he hadn't seen us in weeks, and then, to our surprise, he started growling menacingly and barking at Mr. Dawes. Dog doesn't like him. Don't trust him. Hey, stop, Mom yelled. He's never done this, Dad said apologetically. Really? He's usually very friendly. He probably smells something on me. Another dog, maybe, Mr. Dawes said, loosening his striped tie, looking wryly at our growling dog. Finally, Josh grabbed Petey around the middle and lifted him away from Mr. Dawes. Stop it, Petey, Josh scolded, holding the dog up closer to his face so that they were nose to nose. Mr. Dawes is our friend. Petey whimpered and licked Josh's face. After a short while, Josh set him back down on the ground. Petey looked up at Mr. Dawes, then at me, then decided to go sniffing around the yard. Letting his nose lead the way. Sorry, guys. Let's go inside, Mr. Dawes urged, moving a hand through his short blonde hair. He unlocked the front door and pushed it open. Mr. Dawes held out the screen door open for us and started to follow my parents into the house. I'll stay out here with Petey, Josh insisted from the walk. Dad started to protest, but changed his mind. Okay, fine, he said, sighing and shaking his head. I'm not going to argue with you. Don't come in. You can live outside if you want. He sounded really exasperated. I want to stay with Petey, Josh said again, watching Petey nose his way through the dead flower bed. Mr. Dawes followed us into the hallway, gently closing the screen door behind him, giving Josh a final glance. He'll be fine, he said softly, smiling at Mom. Oh my gosh. Ah! I'm not even that tired. I don't know why I'm yawning. He can be so stubborn sometimes, Mom said apologetically. She peeked into the living room. I'm really sorry about Petey. I don't know what got into the dog. No problem. Let's start in the living room, Mr. Dawes said, leading the way. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by how spacious it is. Of course, it needs work. He took us on a tour of every room in the house. I was beginning to get excited. The house was really kind of neat. There were so many rooms and so many closets, and my room was huge and had its own bathroom and an old-fashioned window seat where I could sit at the window and look down at the street. I wish Josh had come inside with us. If he could see how great the house was inside, I knew he'd start to cheer up. I couldn't believe how many rooms there were. Even a finished attic filled with old furniture and stacks of old, mysterious cartons we could explore. Cartons, okay. We must have been inside for at least half an hour. I didn't really keep track of time. I think all three of us were feeling cheered up. Well, I think we've shown you everything, Mr. Dawes said, glancing at his watch. He led the way to the front door. Wait, I want to take one more look at my room, I told them excitedly. I started up the stairs, taking them two at a time. I'll be down in a second. Hurry, dear. I'm sure Mr. Dawes has other appointments, Mom called after me. I reached the second floor landing and hurried down the narrow hallway and into my new room. Wow, I said aloud, as the word echoed faintly against the empty walls. It was so big, and I loved the bay window with the window seat. I walked over to it and peered out. I've always wanted a window seat. Through the trees, I could see our car in the driveway, and beyond it, a house that looked a lot like ours across the street. I'm going to put my bed against that wall across from the window, I thought happily, and my desk can go over there. I'll have room for my computer now. Ooh, the computer, nice. She has her own computer. That's pretty swanky in the 90s. I took one more look at my closet. A long walk-in closet with a light in the ceiling and wide shelves against the back wall. Sounds a lot like this room. I was heading to the door, thinking about which of my posters I wanted to bring with me when I saw the boy. I don't want to make more similarities, more comparisons to this room anymore. I hope to not see a little boy standing in the corner. He stood in the doorway for just a second, and then he turned and disappeared down the hall. Josh? I cried. Hey, come look. With a shock, I realized it wasn't Josh. For one thing, the boy had blonde hair. Hey, I called and ran to the hallway, stopping just outside my bedroom door. Looking both ways, who's here? But the long hall was empty. All of the doors were closed. Whoa, Amanda, I said aloud. Was I seeing things? Mom and Dad were calling from downstairs. I took one last look down the dark corridor, then hurried to rejoin them. Hey, Mr. Dawes, I called as I ran down the stairs. Is this house haunted? He chuckled. The question seemed to strike him funny. No, sorry, he said, looking at me with those crinkly blue eyes. No ghosts included. A lot of old houses around here are said to be haunted, but I'm afraid this isn't one of them. Well, we're saying it. We're saying it right now. I thought I saw something, I said, feeling a little foolish. Probably just shadows, Mom said. With all the trees, this house is so dark. Why don't you run outside and tell Josh about the house, Dad suggested, tucking tucking in the front of his shirt. Your mom and I have some things to talk over with Mr. Dawes. Yes, master, I said with a little bow and obediently ran to tell Josh all about what he had missed. Hey, Josh, I called eagerly, searching the yard. Josh? My heart sank. Josh and Petey were gone. Oh, I've missed so many things in chat. I like Werewolf of Fever Swamp. I like that one too. Very afraid of werewolves, but I love watching terrible werewolf movies for fun. That's a fun one. Werewolves are fun. I would hate a big house too. It would take so long to clean. Yeah. Happy about moving either. Yeah, moving sucks. It does. I moved 4 years ago, and it still is one of the worst experiences of my life. Not an old house, it's a dead house, I know. Would never want a big house. Can you imagine how oblivious you would be if a murderer broke in? Yeah, like you couldn't even hear. Yeah, I think about that too. Free house is bad idea. It's a bad idea, but you know, in this economy, can't really blame them for falling for it. That's a scam. Yeah, it's gotta be a scam. Free is good unless it's haunted. I mean, unless the ghosts are nice. If the ghosts don't really bother, if they're just chill roommates, I don't see a problem with it. A free house in this economy, right? I know the economy in the 90s was better than now, but geez, free? Who cares about any potential ghost hauntings? A free house is a bargain. I know, right? Dark Falls, the least sus name ever. Yeah. Free just means there's strings attached. Yeah. Uncle Charles is dead. It's free real estate. Just sell the house. Not just move in at the last minute. I know. It might kill you over it. The house might kill them. Well, now. The junior version of Amityville Horror, right? In later editions of the book, the picture is zoomed in and the person in the window is cropped out. That's true. That's very true. I have seen newer editions of the book, and it's closer to this house, and that person isn't there. I think the uncle forgot to mention the incident. Oh God, yeah. Ah, yes, dancing across the room in joy that a relative he barely remembers died. Never mind, said relative clearly cared enough about him to leave him a house in the first place. To be fair, let's see if the house let's let the house be the house and see if it was a great thing. But yes, I agree with you, Ellery. It's a little callous, more than a little callous. Last year I got the book that has all of Tim Jacobs' illustrations. The Goosebumps book covers. That's so cool. Is that true? That reminds me. A lot of the 90s references were removed or changed in the later versions of the original 62 books. I mean, that makes sense because they want kids to still be into it, and like kids, an 11-year-old today is honestly not gonna like be able to relate to a kid that's using like 90s technology or even know what some of that stuff looks like. Don't be open-minded, your brains may fall out. It was bone dry. Another dog, maybe? Sure. Doggo smells dead things. Yeah. Petey smells the spirits of Spanky and the gang. Yeah. Nothing about the family feels remotely redeemable. Dancing with joy over a dead relative, leaving their dog in the car. I've noticed this with R.L. Stine books. He has this weird, not weird, but he has this really hilarious running thing of like, if you read a lot of the books or watch them back as an adult, I noticed that he's very like clearly annoyed with the whole like middle class suburbia attitude of like the materialistic way of a lot of people living, and that kind of like we'd like to speak to the manager attitude, because it shows through in a lot of his books. A lot of the parents in the books are just clearly shown as being kind of terrible because of things like that, and I think that's really interesting. His family regularly asks for the manager. Exactly. Yeah, some great protagonists. Yeah. So far, Amanda hasn't done anything horrible. Amanda might be redeemable. Sounds like a closet made for Real Housewives. Yeah, that's why I film in here, because, like, I felt this closet is so deep that I felt guilty, because it's just like, I don't have enough clothes to utilize this space. This is a ridiculously big closet. Real Housewives of Dead House. I love it. Real Housewives of Dark Falls. Is that what the place is called? Mr. Dawes, you're legally required to report if there's been a death in the house if you're asked about it. You know that, right? That is true, isn't it? I forgot that that's true. I'm not going to feel too bad when things start going horribly wrong, right? Werewolves are fun, yes. Paulo knows nothing about werewolves at all. Moved last year. Moving is just so much. It's so much work. It's so much stress. It's just a lot. Sir, glad to see you pop in. To be fair, adults are viewed in a lesser light from a child's perspective. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of kids' books, the adults are useless and dumb. Today I was rewatching the movie TerrorVision. Now that I think about it, it really feels like a very, very dark Goosebumps episode. I don't think I've ever seen TerrorVision. I really can't read, my mistake. Can't read, misreading things. I would know nothing about that. All right, let's see. Chapter 2. I'll take a sip of my juice and other juice plus. Haven't Costello beat Frankenstein. I recommend for the channel. I need to cover that. Yeah, I saw it a long, long time ago when I was little, but I definitely need to cover it. Dark Falls and Mystic Falls are related at all? They honestly could be. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't thought about TerrorVision in years. I may rewatch it. I'll put it on the list of things to look up for videos. I know it's even dark stuff. I mean, I have to cover Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, so, you know. Also, hi, Avery. Hi, Chris. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you here. All right, chapter 2. Josh! First, I called Josh. Then I called Petey. But there was no sign of either of them. I ran down the bottom of the driveway, to the bottom of the driveway, and peered into the car, but they weren't there. Mom and Dad were still inside talking with Mr. Dawes. I looked along the street in both directions, but there was no sign of them. Josh! Hey, Josh! Finally, my mom and Dad came hurrying out of the front door, looking alarmed. I guess they heard my shouts. I can't find Josh or Petey, I yelled up to them from the street. Maybe they're around back, Dad shouted down to me. I headed down the driveway, kicking away dead leaves as I ran. Ah, yes, the 90s nonchalant parent that doesn't care that their child is missing. It was sunny down the street, but as soon as I entered our yard, I was back in the shade, and it was immediately cool again. Hey, Josh! Where are you? Anybody remember from the Nancy Drew game that we do not speak of? Bess? Why did I feel so scared? It was perfectly natural for Josh to wander off. He did it all the time. I ran... Someone needs to keep a better eye on that kid. He's 10 and he wanders off all the time. I ran full speed along the side of the house. Tall trees leaned over the house on the side, blocking out nearly all of the sunlight. The backyard was bigger than I'd expected, at a long rectangle that sloped gradually down to a wooden fence at the back, just like the front. This yard was a mass of tall weeds poking up through a thick covering of brown leaves. A stone bird bath had toppled onto its side. Beyond it, I could see the side of the garage, a dark brick building that matched the house. Hey, Josh? He wasn't back here. I stopped and searched the ground for footprints or a sign that he had run through the thick leaves. Well, out of breath, Dad came jogging up to me. No sign of him, I said, surprised how worried I felt. Did you check the car? He sounded more angry than worried. Yes, it's the first place I looked. I gave the backyard a last quick search. I don't believe Josh would just take off. Yes, I'm mad at my one child because my other child is missing. This is good parenting. I do, I do, Dad said, rolling his eyes. You know, your brother, when he doesn't get his way, he wants us to think he's run away from home, he frowned. Where is he? Mom asked, as we turned to the front of the house. I mean, I don't think that's making them think. If he ran away, he ran away. Dad and I both shrugged. Maybe he made a friend and wandered off, Dad said. He raised a hand and scratched his curly brown hair. I could tell that he was starting to worry too. We've got to find him, Mom said, gazing down to the street. He doesn't know this neighborhood at all. He probably wandered off and got lost. Mr. Dawes looked at the front door and stepped down off the porch, pocketing the key. He locked the front door. He didn't look at the front door. Jesus. He locked the door and stepped down, pocketing the keys. He couldn't have gotten far, he said, giving Mom a reassuring smile. Let's drive around the block. I'm sure we'll find him. Mom shook her head and glanced nervously at Dad. I'll kill him, she muttered. Dad patted her on the shoulder. Mr. Dawes opened the trunk of the small Honda. Ooh, Honda placement. I didn't know you could. I mean, I guess you can. I wasn't sure the stipulations of actually naming the type of car. His dark blazer and tossed it inside. Then he took out a wide-brimmed black cowboy hat and put it on his head. Hey, that's quite a hat, Dad said, climbing into the front passenger seat. Keeps the sun away, Mr. Dawes said, sliding behind the wheel and slamming the car door. Is he He's a vampire. I'm calling it now. Mom and I got him back. Glancing over at her, I saw that Mom was as worried as I was. We headed down the block in silence, all four of us staring out the car windows. The houses we passed all seemed old. Most of them were even bigger than our house. All of them seemed to be in better condition, nicely painted with neat, well-trimmed lawns. I didn't see any people in the houses or yards, and there was no one on the street. It certainly is a quiet neighborhood, I thought. It's shady. The houses all seemed to be surrounded by tall, leafy trees. The front yards we drove slowly past all seemed to be bathed in shade. The street was the only sunny place, a narrow gold ribbon that ran through the shadows on both sides. Maybe that's why it's called Dark Falls, I thought. Where is that son of mine? Dad asked, staring hard out the windshield. I'll kill him. I really will, Mom muttered. It wasn't the first time she said that about Josh. We had gone around the block twice. No sign of him. Don't threaten to kill your child. I get it, but still. Mr. Dawes suggested we drive around the next few blocks, and Dad quickly agreed. I hope I don't get lost. I'm new here, too, Mr. Dawes said, turning a corner. Hey, there's the school, he announced, pointing out the window, a tall red brick building. It looked very old-fashioned, with white columns on both sides of the double front doors. Of course, it's closed now, Mr. Dawes added. My eyes searched the fenced playground behind the school. It was empty, no one there. Could Josh have walked this far? Mom asked, her voice tight and higher than usual. Josh doesn't walk, Dad said, rolling his eyes. He runs. We'll find him, Mr. Dawes said confidently, tapping his finger on the wheel as he steered. Kid's just missing. He'll be fine. You're overreacting. We turned a corner onto another shady block. A street sign read Cemetery Drive, and sure enough, a large cemetery rose up in front of us. Granite gravestones rolled along a low hill, which sloped down and then up again onto a large, flat stretch, also marked with rows of low grave markers and monuments. A few shrubs dotted the cemetery, but there weren't many trees. As we drove slowly past the gravestones, passing by in a blur on the left, I realized that this was the sunniest spot I had seen in the whole town. There's your son, Mr. Dawes said, pointing out the window. Mr. Dawes, pointing out the window, stopped the car suddenly. Oh, thank goodness, Mom exclaimed, leaning down to see out the window on my side of the car. Sure enough, there was Josh, running wildly along a crooked row of low white gravestones. What's he doing here? I asked, pushing open my car door. I stepped down from the car, took a few steps onto the grass, and called him. At first, he didn't react to my shouts. He seemed to be ducking and dodging through the tombstones. He would run in one direction, then cut to the side, then head in another direction. Why was he doing that? I took another few steps and then stopped, gripped with fear. I suddenly realized why Josh was darting and ducking like that, running so wildly through the tombstones. He was being chased, or someone, or something was chasing him, was after him. Terrorvision is about an outer space monster that gets transmitted to Earth via a TV satellite. It's a fun movie, but really out there. That sounds fun. The Saddle Club BTW. I forgot there were 2-part episodes in the show. Yeah. A lot of shows for kids had 2-parters, which is interesting to me. This book has similar vibes to later R.L. Stine's Nightmare Room books. Don't Forget Me. Yes, it does. It does. That's what I just covered. You guys won't see it for a couple of weeks because I have other videos that I want to put out first. But I just covered Don't Forget Me, the episode of the Nightmare Room, and I was trying to put my finger on what this reminded me of, and I was like, that is it. That's what this is. It's already giving me those vibes for sure. Ross sounds like he's single-handedly the reason why toddler leashes were invented, right? Oh yeah, Round the Twist is more tongue-in-cheek, I think. It's very comedic. Saying that this is the first book of the book series. If the TV episode didn't air till the second season, right? And they never made an episode about the first Night of the Living Dummy. The episode is called Night of the Living Dummy 2, which is so confusing when you're watching all the episodes back because you're like, did I miss one? No, they just Night of the Living Dummy doesn't have an episode. They just started with 2. Not Van Helsing. We are dealing with the undead. Yes. What the fuck moments like the fish. Yeah. I'll kill him. Ma'am, that's assuming no one else has beat you to it, right? Be a little concerned. Cowboy Vampires sounds pretty cool, to be honest. Cowboy Vampires would be a great name for a band. Kill him. Threatening to kill your child. Great parenting. Right? That's what I said. They've been tempted by the dark side of the falls. How are you? And the Ice Cream Man episode. I haven't seen that one yet. Mentioned before that Stine had a book TV series after Goosebumps and before The Haunting Hour called The Nightmare Room. Here's a playlist for most of the episodes of YouTube. Yeah. So after we talked about this the other day, I sat down and I recorded me watching Don't Forget Me, that episode, which I guess was the first episode aired, or according to that, it was the first it aired. It was scarier than I was expecting it to be for, R.L. Stine. Another show that scared me was The Haunting Hour. Yeah, I know nothing about werewolves or time travel. Nothing at all. Definitely not. I have a video on my channel comparing Goosebumps. Are You Afraid of the Dark? I will have to check that out for sure. I didn't realize you had videos. You had posted videos on this channel. We read the book Coraline not too long ago and rewatched the movies and realized how dark the book is. I absolutely love Coraline, and yes, book and movie, but especially book, very dark. Especially if the kids are like really into daydreaming, like most kids do. It's one of those things where it's just like, haha, your daydreams are gonna kill you. Never trust them. Same with Deep Trouble. The episode is called Deep Trouble, but it's based on the book Deep Trouble 2. Okay, I don't think I realized that. I haven't read either of the Deep Trouble ones, and I haven't read any of these books in a very long time, so I don't think I realized that. Slappy from the Goosebumps movie looks better than the show. Somehow, he's less scary to me in the movie. Like what I've seen, like the promotional stuff from the movies. I can't put my finger on why, but he just is. I kind of expected them to go to like an 11 with how scary he is. I think the sequel movie, he's voiced by Jack Black. Oh, is he? Interesting. I didn't know that. I prefer the voice in the show, though. Yeah. And the first. Stein seems to have a fixation on houses because all 3 of his series have at least one story of a haunted house. Yeah, I think that's one of his favorites. And he's talked about, like, you know, enjoying writing horror for kids because, you know, our fears are universal, right? So like he thinks that's why Goosebumps is still big to this day, is because, like, you know, the technology changes and the, you know, everything else can change, but not the things that scare us or kids, you know. He also loved to write stories based on a camp setting. Yeah, I think that was just a really fun. I think camp is just can be a really naturally scary thing for kids anyway. So I think it just is. I think he just understood that that was a very good setting for books like his. I remember the way Coraline ends in the book to the film. I thought the way she beat the other mothers and was so clever in the book. Yeah. Uh, Goosebumps was charmingly cheap, but I swear the haunted mask in the episode looks so damn good, right? That's where all of their budget, I think, for the whole season of that whole season, I think that's where all the budget went, was that mask. Love the Coraline movie, such a great movie, perfect to watch during spooky season. Yeah, I'll do a video about it eventually. It'll probably be after spooky season, but yeah, it'll definitely happen eventually. Wish the haunted mask had more of a role in the film. R.L. Stine actually says he would like to see the haunted mask made into a film. The haunted mask really could be its own film, and there's Haunted Mask 2, and then Horrorland has a Return of the Haunted Mask, and then Goosebumps Most Wanted starts with the Haunted Mask, Beware the Haunted Mask, I think it's what it's called, which was supposed to be a standalone, but it was so popular that he did a whole series of Most Wanted. So you could definitely do at least one movie about it. Scream of the Haunted Mask. There you go. About how Goosebumps does look cheaper than Are You Afraid of the Dark in my video. Yeah. I feel the Haunted Mask could have been more threatening villain than the movies than Slappy. Yeah. Slappy's creepy to me just because of the way that I find, you know, dummies creepy, but like, yeah, Haunted Mask is definitely more scary. It's existential. I think Goosebumps and Coraline taught kids never to trust creepy dolls. Yeah, maybe that's where part of the fear comes from. I always wondered where it started for me. All right. Lily D is creepier than Slappy, right? And Chucky, I guess. Yeah, Chucky too. Okay. Let's see. Let me make sure. Yeah, for the thumbnail, I wasn't sure how I wanted to do the thumbnails for this series, and you know, the book cover only is, you know, not really the right format to be the background of the whole thumbnail, but I used the old and the new one, and I thought that worked, so I like seeing them next to each other. Just got jury summons. Ugh, at least I'm enjoying the stream. Oh no. I've always wanted jury summons because I'm like really nerdy about like forensic stuff. I think I'm the only person in the world that would be like, oh, interesting, jury summons. This will be fascinating. Goosebumps is one of the many reasons why I love weird stuff. Yeah. Always imagine the floating mask. I'm very sorry that you got jury summons though. Would have fused over Carly Beth's body until she became the monstrous form of the head. I think so too, because it was like embedding itself into her skin. Like, imagine the haunted mask taking one of the main characters from the first movie and use it to bring monsters from R.L. Stine's books. Like, yeah, that would be insane of a twist. Yes, haunted mask is creepy. Plus, there's a phobia. Plus, there is a phobia for masks. Yeah. My mom worked at Planet Hollywood years ago, and I remember for a time they had Chucky on display. Oof. Mask for Halloween when I was 9 or 10. It was fun, but there's Mouth for the mask. Oh gosh, couldn't breathe while trick or treating. Oh no. I actually own a Chucky doll. I put it away when I have guests over. Oh, that's so funny. That's hilarious actually. Yeah, my brother got jury summons too, and he was like, "Oh shit." I'm like, "Why did they tell me?" And he's like, "Cause you want to go." brother had some Chucky dolls. Chucky terrified me. I know it's such a campy, silly movie, but I was so terrified of it when I was younger. I'm okay to say I've never been a fan of Chucky. And my self-phobia to moving dolls. Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate Chucky, but I also fear Chucky greatly. Maybe covering it one of these days on the channel could help. I don't know. Then, as I took a few reluctant steps toward Josh, watching him bend low, then change directions, his arms outstretched as he ran, I realized I had it completely backwards. That is a strange sentence structure for the beginning sentence of the chapter. Or is it just me? Anyway. Josh wasn't being chased. Josh was chasing. He was chasing after Petey. Okay, so sometimes my imagination runs away with me. Running through an old graveyard like this, even in bright daylight, it's only natural that a person might start to have weird thoughts. I called Josh again. This time he heard me and turned around. He looked worried. Amanda, come help me, he cried. Josh, what's the matter? I ran as fast as I could to catch up with him, but he kept darting through the gravestones, moving from row to row. Help! Josh, what's wrong? I turned and saw that Mom and Dad were right behind me. It's Petey, Josh explained out of breath. I can't get him to stop. I caught him once, but he pulled away from me. Petey, Dad started calling the dog, but Petey was moving from stone to stone, sniffing each one, then running to the next. How did you get all the way over here? Dad asked as he caught up with my brother. I had to follow Petey, Josh explained, still looking very worried. He just took off. 1 second he was sniffing around that dead flower bed in our front yard. The next second he just started to run. He wouldn't stop when I called, wouldn't even look back. He kept running till he got here. I had to follow. I was afraid he'd get lost. Oh God, that's terrifying. I don't care for that. Josh stopped and gratefully let Dad take over the chase. I don't know what that dumb dog's problem is, he said to me. He's just weird. It took Dad a few tries, but he finally managed to grab Petey and put him back in the ground. And pick him up off the ground, sorry. We all trooped back to the car. Wait, I skipped. Our little terrier gave a half-hearted yelp of protest, then allowed himself to be carried away. We all trooped back to the car on the side of the road. Mr. Dawes was waiting by the car. Maybe you'd better get a leash for that dog, he said, looking very concerned. Petey's never been on a leash, Josh protested wearily, climbing into the back seat. Well, we might have to try one for a while. Yeah, put the dog on a leash, Dad said quietly, especially if he keeps running away. Dad tossed Petey into the back seat. He tossed him? Whee! The dog just went flying. The dog eagerly curled up in Josh's arms. The rest of us piled into the car, and Mr. Dawes drove us back to his office, a tiny white, flat-roofed building at the end of a row of small offices. As we rode, I reached over and stroked the back of Petey's head. Why did the dog run away like that? I wondered. Petey had never done that before. I guess that Petey was also upset about our moving. After all, Petey had spent his whole life in our old house. He probably felt a lot like Josh and I did about having to pack up and move and never see the old neighborhood again. He's a dog, though. Like, he'll be fine. The new house, the new streets, and all the new smells must have freaked the poor dog out. Josh wanted to run away from the whole idea, and so did Petey. Anyway, that was my theory. Mr. Dawes parked the car in front of his tiny office, shook Dad's hand, and gave him a business card. You can come by next week, he told Mom and Dad. I'll have all the legal work done by then. After you sign all the papers, you can move in anytime. He pushed open the car door and, giving us a final smile, prepared to climb out. Compton Dawes, Mom said, reading the white business card over Dad's shoulder. That's an unusual name. Is Compton an old family name? Mr. Dawes shook his head. No, he said, I'm the only Compton in my family. I have no idea where the name comes from. No idea at all. Maybe my parents didn't know how to spell Charlie. Chuckling at his terrible joke, he climbed out of the car, lowered the wide black Stetson hat on his head, pulled the blazer from the trunk and disappeared into the small white building. Dad climbed behind the wheel, moving the seat back to make room for his big stomach. Harsh. Mom got up front, and we started the long drive home. I guess you and Petey had quite an adventure today, Mom said to Josh, rolling up her window, because Dad had turned on the air conditioner. I guess, Josh said without enthusiasm. Petey was sound asleep in his lap, snoring quietly. You're gonna love your room, I told Josh. The whole house is great, really. Josh stared at me thoughtfully, but didn't answer. I poked him in the ribs with my elbow. Say something. Did you hear what I said? But the weird, thoughtful look didn't fade from Josh's face. The next couple of weeks seemed to crawl by. I walked around the house thinking about how I never see my room again, how I never eat breakfast in this kitchen again, how I never watch TV in the living room again. Morbid stuff like that. Yeah, morbid. Not more morbid than celebrating somebody dying so you get the house, but definitely, but morbid. Gently yeet the canine. Oh my gosh. I had this sick feeling when the movers came one afternoon and delivered a tall stack of cartons. Time to pack up. It was really happening. Even though it was the middle of the afternoon, I went up to my room and flopped down on my bed. I didn't nap or anything. I just stared at the ceiling for more than an hour, and all of these weird, unconnected thoughts ran through my head like a dream, only I was awake. I feel that. I've been there. I wasn't the only one who was nervous about the move. Mom and Dad were snapping at each other over nothing at all. One morning, they had a big fight over whether the bacon was too crispy or not. In a way, it was funny to see them being so childish. Josh was acting really sullen all the time. He hardly spoke a word to anyone, and Petey sulked too. That dumb dog wouldn't even pick himself up and come over to me when I had some table scraps for him. I guess the hardest part about moving was saying goodbye to my friends. Carol and Amy were away at camp, so I had to write to them. Oh, that sucks. But Kathy was home, and she was my oldest and best friend, the hardest to say goodbye to. Remember having pen pals? I'd like to have pen pals again. I think some people were surprised that Kathy and I had stayed such good friends. For one thing, we look so different. I'm tall and thin and dark-haired. She's fair-skinned with long blonde hair and a little chubby. Stop pointing out people's weight. And also, yeah, since when does friendship start and end with what you look like? It's strange. We've been friends ever since preschool, and best friends since 4th grade. When she came over the night before the move, we were both terribly awkward. Kathy, you shouldn't be nervous, I told her. You're not the one who's moving away forever. Not like you're moving to China or something, she answered, chewing hard on her bubble gum. Dark Falls is only 4 hours away, Amanda. We'll see each other a lot. Yeah, I guess, I said, but I didn't believe it. 4 hours away was as bad as being in China, as far as I was concerned. I guess we can still talk on the phone, I said glumly. She blew a small green bubble, then sucked it back into her mouth. Yeah, sure, she said, pretending to be enthusiastic. You're lucky, you know. Moving out of this crummy neighborhood to a big house? It's not a crummy neighborhood, I insisted. I don't know why I was defending the neighborhood. I never had before. One of our favorite pastimes was thinking of places we'd rather be growing up. School won't be the same without you, she sighed, curling her legs under her on the chair. Who's going to slip me the answers in math? I laughed. I always slipped you the wrong answers. But it was the thought that counted, Kathy said. And then she groaned, ugh, junior high. Is your new junior high part of the high school or part of the elementary school? I made a disgusted face. Everything's in one building. It's a small town, remember? There's no separate high school. At least I didn't see one. Bummer, she said. Bummer was right. We chatted for hours until Kathy's mom called and said it was time for her to come home. Then we hugged. I had made up my mind that I wouldn't cry, but I could feel the big, hot tears forming in the corners of my eyes. You always say you're not going to cry, and then you cry. And then they were running down my cheeks. I'm so miserable, I wailed. I had planned to be really controlled and mature, but Kathy was my best friend after all, and what could I do? We made a promise that we'd always be together on our birthdays, no matter what. We'd force our parents to make sure we didn't miss each other's birthdays. And then we hugged again. And Kathy said, "Don't worry, we'll see each other a lot, really." And she had tears in her eyes, too. She turned and ran out the door. The screen door slammed hard behind her. I stood there staring out at the darkness until Petey came scampering in, his toenails clicking across the linoleum, and started to lick my hand. The next morning, moving day, was a rainy Saturday. Not a downpour, no thunder or lightning, but just enough rain and wind. Just enough rain and wind to make the long drive slow and unpleasant. The sky seemed to get darker as we neared the new neighborhood. The heavy trees bent low over the street. "Slow down, Jack," Mom warned shrilly. "The street is really slick." But Dad was in a hurry to get to the house before the moving van did. "They'll just put the stuff anywhere if we're not there to supervise," he explained. Josh, beside me in the back seat, was being a real pain as usual. He kept complaining that he was thirsty. When that didn't get results, he started whining that he was starving, but we had all had a big breakfast, so that didn't get any reaction either. He just wanted attention, of course. I kept trying to cheer him up by telling him how great the house was inside and how big the room was. He still hadn't seen it. But he did want to be cheered up. He started wrestling with Petey, getting the poor dog all worked up until Dad had to shout at him to stop. "Let's all try really hard not to get on each other's nerves," Mom suggested. Dad laughed. "Good idea, dear. Don't make fun of me," she snapped. They started to argue about who was more exhausted from the packing. Petey stood up on his hind legs and started to howl in the back window. "Can't you shut him up?" Mom screamed. I pulled Petey down, but struggled back up and started howling again. He's never done this before," I said. "I just get him quiet," Mom insisted. I pulled Petey down by his hind legs, and Josh started to howl. Mom turned around and gave him a dirty look. Josh didn't stop howling, though. He thought it was a riot. Finally, Dad pulled the car up the driveway of the new house, and the tires crunched over the wet gravel. Rain pounded on the roof. "Home sweet home," Mom said. I couldn't tell if she was being sarcastic or not. I think she was really glad the long car ride was over. "At least we beat the movers," Dad said, glancing at his watch. Then his expression changed. "Hope they're not lost." It's as dark as night out there," Josh complained. Petey was jumping up and down in my lap, desperate to get out of the car. He was usually a good traveler, but once the car stopped, he wanted out immediately. That might have been the brother's fault, partially. I opened my car door and leaped onto the driveway, and he leaped onto the driveway with a splash and started to run a wild zigzag across the front yard. "At least someone's glad to be here," Josh said quietly. Dad ran up the porch and fumbled with the unfamiliar keys, managed to get the front door open. Then he motioned for us to come into the house. Mom and Josh ran across the walk, eager to get in out of the rain. I closed the door behind me and started to jog after them. But something caught my eye. I stopped to look up to the twin bay windows above the porch. I held a hand over my eyebrow to shield my eyes and squinted through the rain. Yes, I saw it. A face in the window on the left. The boy. The same boy was up there, staring down at me. I couldn't see, my finger was covering this, so I just thought it was a misprint somehow. "Hello, pizza." Poor Petey, I know. Goosebumps 3 happens, it should be around Horrorland. Yeah, it should. Like, we have a set of new main characters, and they find One Day at Horrorland book, and when they open it, the entire park appears. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Haven't already checked out The Frighteners, directed by Peter Jackson, starring Michael J. Fox. Good ghost movie from '96. I haven't seen that, but I love Michael J. Fox, and Peter Jackson, and that sounds great. I like the first movie. Most of the sequels I'm with. Cult of Chucky is okay. Liking the new TV show. The Chucky movies just get like sillier and campier as time goes on. But to me, the humor in them overrides my fear of them, so I don't mind. But yeah, I totally see what you mean. Respect that. That's why I put mine up where I have guests over. Yeah, I try to be respectful of people who don't like weird dolls. I house sat for some neighbors of ours who are awesome people. We love them so much. And they have in their kitchen this vintage marionette that is so scary to me. And every time in the middle of the night, because I like stayed at their house, every time I would go down in the middle of the night for like a drink of water or something, I'd have to like go past the marionette because of where it's at in the kitchen. So I just run really fast. Legitimately have never gotten a jury summons in my life, but to be honest, considered my Google searches history for creative writing purposes. I'm also not particularly surprised, honestly. Yeah, it'd be really cool. I haven't gotten a jury summons since 2015. Maybe that's the strat. If you want to avoid jury, just like have a really weird search history. It could also be the strat for getting the FBI called on you, but you know, depending. I'm sure you could find a middle ground of like not concerning, but also just very creative. I have some friends that are murder mystery novelists, and oh boy, their search history, I'm sure, is hilarious. Maybe the third movie could be set within the haunted mask. It could be more terrifying. Yeah, either of those are great ideas, at least for PD and Josh, right? Gently yeet the canine. Precious memories because of a dead relative I didn't even know. Anyways, free house. I know, right? Stared at the ceiling for more than an hour. Sounds like depression. Yeah. Yeah. For an episode from Are You Afraid of the Dark where it could and some weird aliens that had no faces and were trying to take away two teens' faces. I'll give you nightmares. That is a very distant memory, but I don't know like which one it was. Bacon has to be crispy, chewy bacon is inappropriate. I've had a pen pal since like second grade. Peppa Pig. Oh. Yeah, I used to be pen pals with my cousins who moved across the country, and I miss the whole pen pal thing. I always say if anybody wants a pen pal, they can write to my P.O. box. I will 100% write back. Yes, the unwritten social rule that you can only be friends with people who could pass as your sibling. I forgot about that one, right? No one tell Rhett and Link, the best friends of the century, who look nothing alike. They'll end the show and the podcast and the company tomorrow. And is the only person in this book with rights. Agreed. Hi, pizza. Is it funny how middle schoolers either stayed in grade school until sixth grade or went to high school seventh grade? Yeah, I do find that funny. There was, I remember our school district, because I didn't go to public school, I was homeschooled, but our school district counted sixth grade as part of elementary school, which is like, I've never seen anywhere else that does that. Hey, Cameron. I just saw that you messaged on this monitor. But yeah, I always thought that was strange. I was like, sixth grade is elementary school? I've never heard that since. Poor Petey, yeah. Unfortunately for you, I don't enjoy because my life is normally a good writer, but careful what you wish for. You'll get it at some point. I love I'm an incredibly boring person, but I love writing letters. Hey Sammy, I'm good. How are you? Every time I watch Poltergeist, I'm like, what fucking parents left the right? You put the creepy clown doll in the corner of her room and then you're surprised why she's having nightmares? That might be why. Australia, where I am, high school starts at seventh grade. Interesting. Yeah, we have elementary school, which is kindergarten through fifth grade. And then usually sixth through eighth grade is middle school, and then high school is the rest, the other 4 years until your graduation. Just put writers resources for concerning topic. It keeps the FBI at bay in my experience. I love it. High school year 7-12. Interesting. I didn't know that. That's because I had a bad day and because of Angela Lansbury, so this is helping. I'm sorry you had a bad day, and yeah, I'm also depressed about Angela Lansbury passing away. I legitimately cried. Yeah. I'm looking forward to celebrating her work and her life though in the coming weeks on the channel though, because she really was amazing. Over 20 watching, that's the biggest number I've seen. I know there's a lot of people watching. We've got a lot of people. A lot of people love Goosebumps. Oh, Firefox is always being Firefox. Looked it up. The Are You Afraid of the Dark episode in question is Tale of Many Faces. Thank you, Chris. Really, Firefox? Seriously? Or is this what we're doing? Really? Alright, hang on. Let's try a different browser. Maybe a different browser. Try, sorry guys, detour to make sure that, you know, the stream is actually working. I hear that's helpful. And with one hand, bad at typing anyway. There we go. About Angela Lansbury's passing on Twitter. I was informed about it in the comments on one of my posts, and I was just like, what? No. Good, thanks, Avery. That's good. Oh, hush, you're not boring. I really am, though. I really don't, like, go places and do things. I'm kind of a homebody. I like to sit home and watch TV with my cats. In the house, we had a singing Santa we used to put up for Christmas. Or at least that's my cover, so nobody knows if I'm a super secret agent or not. Singing Santa we used to put up for Christmas. Oh, wow. I remember it shows my heart broke when I heard that. Yeah, my heart broke too. You said in Mary Poppins Returns, there's nowhere to go but up. Yup. Agreed. So watching bed knobs and broomsticks. Let me cope. Yeah. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Making sure that everything is working correctly. Stream streams are good for any reason, plus you have a nice voice to listen to. Thank you. I don't hate my voice as much as I used to, but I used to be convinced that I had a terrible voice. Like an obscenely terrible voice. Okay, so what I missed. Welcome to Dead House. So there is a family who everybody except for the oldest daughter sucks. And they're moving into this creepy old house that they inherited for free. And it's hours away from where they've lived the kids' entire lives. That was weird. And the big sister keeps seeing what has to be ghosts in the house. Right, you're not boring every. Thank you guys. Somebody who does nothing. We're either related or meant to be friends. Yeah, it's my home is my favorite place. Let's see. Sorry. Getting back into stream just on a different browser, and of course it's like, oh, we need to log back in. Now 22 people watching. Yeah. Calming and intelligent sounding voice. Thank you. I legit heard about Ms. Lansbury while I was at therapy and almost cried before my session. Yeah, so this is the first time in a while that I have cried over a celebrity death. Just because of how, not that everybody's death is sad, but like you know, certain people just mean so much to you personally. And the last time I think that happened to me was when I remember when I've heard Chadwick Boseman died. I remember very vividly. I was filming that video that I did about the Nancy Drew Secrets Can Kill. It was forever ago. It was the last video I filmed on the floor before I moved into this room to film. And halfway through, I had already had, like, it was already the second time I had to film because the first one got ruined somehow. I can't remember exactly what was wrong with it, but something was wrong with it. So I had to refilm it. It was late at night. I was exhausted. And I was just like, I can't believe I have to film this again. And then in the middle of it, my battery died because my camera didn't plug into the wall yet. And so I stopped and checked my messages, and everybody was just like telling me that he had died. And I was just like, I just started crying in the middle. So in the middle, I always remember that in the middle of making that video, I just cried about that news. My brother was like, you weren't supposed to see it until after you were done filming. I was trying to keep it from you. I'm like, I didn't know, and I checked. No, you didn't bring sadness to the chat. We're all just sad, but we'll keep reading and distracting ourselves. But you know, she was just such a great lady. When I read Chadwick Boseman had passed, I just couldn't believe it. I know. I was just in shock. I was so sad. My computer audio fixed. Didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just sad all the time. It's a problem. Help. You know, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, she lived a very long, successful life, but it's just so sad because we love her so much, you know? I'm terrible at spelling too. For sure, for sure. Terrible at it. All right, let's get into chapter 4. With some thoughts I had earlier this year and can't. Nice. Yeah, we have a really great group here. I'm so grateful for how chill everybody is. Last time I cried about a celeb's death was Robin Williams. I cried a lot when Robin Williams died. Bishop Jesse, the grown up, passed away. I heard that he died. Those are like he was in an era of Disney that I missed because it was when I was in high school and I was acting too cool for Disney. But that's so tragic and so sad because he was so young and seemed lovely. I made one playlist after another. Ooh, I love old British TV too. Okay, sorry. Getting back to this. Chapter 4. Wipe your feet. Don't track mud on the nice clean floors. Isn't the house like in shambles? Mom called. Her voice echoed against the bare walls of the empty living room. I stepped into the hallway. The house smelled of paint. The painters had just finished on Thursday. It was hot in the house, much hotter than outside. This kitchen light won't go on, Dad called from the back. Did the painters turn off the electricity or something? How should I know? Mom shouted back. Their voices sounded so loud in the big, empty house. Mom, there's someone upstairs, I cried, wiping my feet on the new welcome mat and hurrying into the living room. She was at the window staring out at the rain, looking for the movers probably. She spun around as I came in. What? There's a boy upstairs. I saw him in the window. I would absolutely panic if my child said that. I said, struggling to catch my breath. Josh entered the room from me back in the hallway. He'd probably been with Dad. He laughed. Is someone already living here? There's no one upstairs, Mom said, rolling her eyes. Are you two going to give me a break today or what? What did I do? Josh whined. Listen, Amanda, we're all a little on edge today, Mom started. But I interrupted her. I saw his face, Mom, in the window. I'm not crazy, you know. Says who? Josh cracked. Amanda, Mom bit her lower lip. The way she always did when she was really exasperated. You saw a reflection of something. Of a tree, probably. Gaslighting your children. Isn't that fun? She turned back to the window. The rain was coming down in sheets now. The wind driving it noisily against the large picture window. I ran to the stairway, cupped my hands over my mouth, and shouted up the second floor. Who's up there? You gotta sneak up on the ghosts, kid. No answer. Who's up there? I called a little louder. Mom had her hands over her ears. Amanda, please. Josh had disappeared through the dining room. He was finally exploring the house. There's someone up there, I insisted. Impulsively, I started up the wooden stairway, my sneakers thudding loudly on the bare steps. Amanda, I heard Mom calling after me, but I was too angry to stop. Why didn't she believe me? Why did she have to say it was a reflection of a tree I saw up there? I was curious. I had to know who was upstairs. I had to prove Mom wrong. I had to show her I hadn't seen a stupid reflection. I guess I can be pretty stubborn too. Maybe it's a family trait. The stairs squeaked and creaked under me as I climbed. I didn't feel at all scared until I reached the second floor landing. Then I suddenly had this heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I stopped breathing hard, leaning on the banister. Who could it be? A burglar? A bored neighborhood kid? Who had broken into an empty house for a thrill? Maybe I shouldn't be up here alone, I realized. Maybe the boy in the window was dangerous. Anybody up here, I called, my voice suddenly trembly and weak. Still, leaning against the banister, I listened, and I could hear footsteps scampering across the hallway. No, not footsteps. The rain. That's what it was. The patter of rain against the slate shingled roof. For some reason, the sound made me feel a little calmer. Rain is pretty calming. I let go of the banister and stepped into the long, narrow hallway. It was dark up here, except for a rectangle of gray light from a small window at the other end. I took a few steps, the old wooden floorboards creaking noisily beneath me. Anybody up here? Again, no answer. I stepped up to the first doorway on my left. The door was closed. The smell of fresh paint was suffocating. There was a light switch on the wall near the door. Maybe it's for the hall light, I thought. I clicked it on, but nothing happened. Anybody here? My hand was trembling as I grabbed the door knob. It felt warm in my hand and damp. I turned it and, taking a deep breath, pushed open the door. I peered into the room. Gray light filtered in through the bay window. A flash of lightning made me jump back. The thunder that followed was a dull, distant roar. Slowly, carefully, I took a step into the room. Then another. No sign of anyone. This was a guest bedroom, or could it be Josh's room if he decided he liked it? Another flash of lightning. The sky seemed to be darkening. It was pitch black out there, even though it was just after lunchtime. I backed into the hall. The next room down was going to be mine. It also had a bay window that looked down on the front yard. Was the boy I saw staring down at me in my room? I crept down the hall, letting my hand run along the wall for some reason, and stopped outside my door, which was also closed. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the door. Who's in there? I called. I listened. Silence. Then a clap of thunder, closer than the last. I froze as if paralyzed. Holding my breath, it was so hot up here, hot and damp, and the smell of paint was making me dizzy. I grabbed the doorknob. Anybody in there? I started to turn the knob when the boy crept from behind me and grabbed my shoulder. Welcome back, Darth Sidious. Yeah, a lot of passings this year. It's been really sad. Thought it was a joke because I didn't want to believe it. Yeah, I felt the same way. Favorite thing to do, these streams generally listen to me read while I read something else myself, because then it feels like I'm just chilling with a friend. Aw, that's so sweet. I love that. So I know I said that I was going to do this thing of basically like a huge video about all of the 62 books in the series, and I am going to do that, but I think instead of trying to just read them all in a week, I think I'd rather just do a lot of streams and just stream them, because I'd rather read them with you guys, you know? It's fun that way, and then I can like make a big video after we've done all of those streams and like talk about them all. Odd, but I think you should be a professional audiobook reader. Thank you. I feel like I have the worst voice and I trip myself up all the time. And I know like when you do audiobooks, you have like multiple takes. You can do multiple takes and you're not literally just reading start to finish in one sitting, but like, thank you. That means a lot. I'm always like, oh, I feel like I'm a terrible reader. Need to head home right now and come back. Travel careful. It's very relaxing, your voice. Thank you. Spooky stuff is about to begin. Hit full swing. Where are we in the story? I had to leave fairly early into the reading. Okay, so they've moved into the house, the creepy house that they've inherited for free, and the only person that we like is the oldest sister, who is the person that we're reading from her point of view of. And yeah. So she's seeing a little boy, like a ghost of a little boy in the house. But nobody else sees him except for her. And also the dog clearly senses that something is up. Trouble is afoot. So they've just arrived. They've officially moved into the house. We're about to start chapter 5. They've just arrived in the house, and she has been crept up on by the little ghost boy, and that's where we are. We are still fairly early on. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's start a Goodreads thing. Now that I'm thinking about Goodreads, let's look up Goodreads, or not look up. Let's go to Goodreads. I just read that whole chapter on the big thing, didn't I? I am so sorry. Let's go back to desk cam. I mean, I know there's not like illustrations in this one, but still, I prefer the desk cam setup. It's been rough this year. Brain surgery, step grandmother had a bout with pneumonia. My grandmother had. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for sharing that. That's terrifying. Man, the spooky stuff is about to begin to hit full swing. Yep. May sound odd, but that's so sweet. That makes me happy. Helps my I've always had self-consciousness about speaking, especially publicly. Video on my channel reading a Halloween book from my childhood. Oh, that's so cute. I'll have to check out your channel. I don't think I realized there were videos on this channel. I haven't missed much. No, you haven't missed much. You're here just in time, actually, I think. Let's see. Pull up our Goodreads real quick. Oh gosh. Goodreads. Let's see. Oh gosh. Okay. Hang on 1 second. Oh, because it's already logged in here. Public speaker. But interestingly enough, I took a public speaking class in college and really enjoyed it. That's cool. Bum, 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 bum. No, not this one. Small cam. I wanted to show everybody the Goosebumps. Welcome to Dead House. There we go. Let's put it on our currently reading. Nope, not want to read. Currently reading. We are currently doing the thing. And let's update our progress. I like doing that. I update the progress. I know I can. I just did it with the other book, with Wishbone. This week I'm posting drawings I've done of Goosebumps Halloween stories. Oh, that's so cool. Already done the Haunted Mask and the Haunted Mask 2. That's great. All right, fine. I won't update my progress. I'll go back to reading. Let's also put it. Let's start a Goosebumps shelf for this so that we can keep track of how many Goosebumps books I've collected for stream and how many we've read on stream. There we go. Okay, let's go back to reading. You guys can check them out on Instagram. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Your Instagram is so fun. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Wrong thing. There we go. Mask on a skateboard. The one who's a mask on a skateboard. Oh, that's cool. All right, chapter 5. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't cry out. My heart seemed to stop. My chest felt as if it were about to explode. With a desperate, terrified effort, I spun around. Josh, I shrieked. You scared me to death, I thought. He let go of me and took a step back. Gotcha. Damn it, Josh. He declared and then started to laugh, a high-pitched laugh that echoed down the long, bare hallway. My heart was pounding hard now. My forehead throbbed. You're not funny, I said angrily. I shoved him against the wall. You really scared me. He laughed and rolled around on the floor. He's really a sicko. I tried to shove him again, but missed. Angrily, I turned away from him, just in time, to see my bedroom door slowly swinging open. I gasped in disbelief and froze, gaping at the moving door. Josh stopped laughing and stood up, immediately serious. His dark eyes were wide with fright. I could hear someone moving inside the room. I could hear whispering, excited giggles. Who's there? I imagined to stammer in a high little voice I didn't recognize. The door creaked loudly. I opened a bit more, but then started to close. It opened a bit more, then started to close. Who's there? I demanded, a bit more forcefully. Again, I could hear whispering, someone moving about. Josh had backed up against the wall and was edging away toward the stairs. He had an expression on his face I'd never seen before. Sheer terror. The door creaking like a door in a movie haunted house, closed a little more. Josh was nearly to the stairway. He was staring at me, violently motioning with his hand for me to follow. But instead, I stepped forward, grabbed the doorknob, and pushed the door open hard. It didn't resist. I let go of the doorknob and stood blocking the doorway. Who's there? The room was empty. Thunder crashed. Things are getting a little spooky. Yeah, Austin, I love Austin's artwork. Austin did did art for me that I think is absolutely adorable. And I love it. It took me a few seconds to realize what was making the door move. The window on the opposite wall had been left open several inches. The gusting wind through the open window must have been opening and closing the door. I guessed that also explained the other sounds I heard inside the room. The sounds I thought were whispers. Who had left the window open? The painters, probably. Sorry, my brain had to catch up to what I was reading. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, waiting for my pounding heart to settle down to normal. Feeling a little foolish, I walked quickly to the window and pushed it shut. Amanda, are you all right? Josh whispered from the hallway. I started to answer him, but then I had a better idea. He had practically scared me to death a few minutes before. Why not give him a little scare? He deserved it. So I didn't answer him. I could hear him take a few timid steps closer to my room. Amanda? Amanda, you okay? I tiptoed over to my closet, pulled the door open a third of the way, then I laid down flat on the floor. On my back, with my head and shoulders hidden inside the closet, and the rest of me out in the room. Oh gosh. Amanda! Josh sounded very scared. Oh, I moaned loudly. I knew when he saw me sprawled on the floor like this, he'd totally freak out. Amanda, what's happening? He was in the doorway now. He'd see me any second now, lying in the dark room, my head hidden from view, the lightning flashing expressively, and the thunder crackling outside the old window. I took a deep breath and held it to keep from giggling. Amanda, he whispered, and then he must have seen me because he uttered aloud, huh? And I heard him gasp. And then he screamed at the top of his lungs. I heard him running down the hall to the stairway, shrieking, Mom, Dad, and I heard his sneakers thudding down the wooden stairs with him screaming and calling all the way down. I snickered to myself. Then, before I could pull myself up, I felt a rough, warm tongue licking my face. Petey, you could have prefaced by saying it was a dog. I felt very concerned. He was licking my cheeks, licking my eyelids, licking me frantically, as if he were trying to revive me. I thought the ghost had tried to lick somebody, and that's disgusting. Or as if to let me know that everything was okay. Oh, Petey, Petey, I cried, laughing and throwing my arms around the sweet dog. Stop, you're getting me all sticky. Poor dog was terrified. But he wouldn't stop. He kept on licking fiercely. The poor dog is nervous too, I thought. Come on, Petey, shape up, I told him, holding his panting face away with both my hands. There's nothing but nerves about. This new place is going to be fun. You'll see. Look. Well, I think I've seen your Carly Beth. I'm glad you enjoyed my art. Yeah, your art is super cool. So there's a lot a lot going on so far. Let's see. Just jump right into the next chapter. Plot thickens. That night, I was smiling to myself as I fluffed up my pillow and slid into bed. She has her bed together on the first night. The first night I moved into this house, actually the first week we lived in this house, we all slept on mattresses while we tried to get everything in and get the beds put together. How terrified Josh had been that afternoon. How frightened he looked even after I came prancing down the stairs, perfectly okay. How angry he was that I'd fooled him. Of course, Mom and Dad didn't think it was funny. They were both nervous and upset because the moving van had just arrived an hour late. They forced Josh and me to call a truce. No more scaring each other. It's hard not to get scared in this creepy old place, Josh muttered, but we reluctantly agreed not to play any more jokes on each other, if we could possibly help it. The men complaining about the rain started carrying in all of our furniture. Josh and I helped show them where we wanted stuff in our rooms. They dropped my dresser on the stairs, but only got a small scratch. The furniture looked strange and small in the big house. That happens. That definitely happens. When you move into a bigger house, like after you've lived in a really tiny house, all of your stuff looks tiny. Josh and I tried to stay out of the way while Mom and Dad worked all day, arranging things, emptying cartons, putting clothes away. Mom even managed to get the curtains hung in my room. I've never heard of somebody refer to moving boxes as curtains. Maybe that's just me. Dog will be much more than terrifying. Just wait. Yeah, I do remember that from the general plot. Siblings trolling each other because what else are you going to do on a Tuesday night? Yep, that's what having siblings is. Sorry. Mom even managed to get the curtains hung in my room. What a day. That is impressive. On the first day. Now, a little after 10 o'clock, trying to get to sleep for the first time in my new room, I turned onto my side, then onto my back. Even though this was my old bed, I couldn't get comfortable. Everything seemed so different, so wrong. The bed didn't face the same direction as in my old bedroom. The walls were bare. I hadn't had time to hang any of my posters. The room seemed so large and empty. The shadows seemed so much darker. My back started to itch, and then I suddenly felt itchy all over. The bed is filled with bugs, I thought, sitting up. But of course, that was ridiculous. I saw a spider in my room, and now I'm just like a little bit grossed out. I'm not even that grossed out by spiders, but I was like, gross. I don't know where it went. I wasn't able to kill it or put it outside or anything. So now it's just loose. But of course, that was ridiculous. It was my same old bed with clean sheets. I forced myself to settle back down and close my eyes. Sometimes when I can't go to sleep, I count silently by twos, picturing each number in my mind as I think it. It usually helps to clear my mind so that I can drift off to sleep. I tried it now, burying my face in the pillow, picturing the numbers rolling past. 4, 6, 8. I yawned loudly, still wide awake at 2:20. Hurts, doesn't it? I'm going to be awake forever, I thought. I'm never going to be able to sleep in this new room. But then I must have drifted off without realizing it. I don't know how long I slept, an hour or two at the most. It was a light, uncomfortable sleep. Then something woke me. I sat straight up, startled. Despite the heat of the room, I felt cold all over. Looking down to the end of the bed, I saw that I had kicked off the sheet and the light blanket. With a groan, I reached down for them, but then froze. I heard whispers. Someone was whispering across the room. Who's there? My voice was a whisper too, as tiny and frightened. I grabbed my covers and pulled them up to my chin. I heard more whispers. The room came into focus as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. The curtains, the long, sheer curtains from my old room that my mother had hung that afternoon, were fluttering at the window. So that explained the whispers. The billowing curtains must have woken me up. A soft gray light floated in from outside. The curtains cast moving shadows onto the foot of my bed. This girl is coming up with more explanations for the paranormal than I've seen Jonathan Frakes come up with on Beyond Belief. Yawning, I stretched and climbed out of bed. I felt chilled all over as I crept across the wooden floor to close the window. Not choose the window, that's another thing. As I came near, the curtains stopped billowing and floated back into place. I pushed them aside and reached out to close the window. Oh! I uttered a soft cry when I realized that the window was closed. But how could the curtains flutter like that with the window closed? I stood there for a while, staring out at the grays of the night. There wasn't much of a draft. The window seemed pretty airtight. Had I imagined the curtains billowing? Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Yawning, I hurried back through the strange shadows to my bed and pulled the covers up as high as they would go. Amanda, stop scaring yourself, I scolded. When I fell back to sleep a few minutes later, I had the ugliest, most terrifying dream. I dreamed that we were all dead. Mom, Dad, Josh, and me. Oh, God. At first, I saw us sitting around the dinner table in the new dining room. The room was very bright, so bright I couldn't see our faces very well. They were just a bright white blur. But then, slowly, everything came into focus, and I could see that beneath our hair, we had no faces. Our skin was gone, and only our gray-green skulls were left. Bits of flesh clung to my bony cheeks. There were only deep black sockets where my eyes had been. The four of us, all dead, sat eating in silence. Our dinner plates, I saw, were filled with small bones. A big platter in the center of the table was piled high with gray-green bones. Human-looking bones. Yikes. And then, in this dream, our disgusting meal was interrupted by a loud knocking on the door, and an insistent pounding that grew louder and louder. It was Kathy, my friend from back home. I could see her out the front door, pounding on it with both fists. I wanted to go in the door. I wanted to run from the dining room and pull open the door and greet Kathy. I wanted to talk to Kathy. I wanted to tell her what had happened to me, to explain that I was dead and that my face had fallen away. I wanted to see Kathy so badly, but I couldn't get up from the table. I tried and tried, but I couldn't get up. The pounding on the door grew louder and louder until it was deafening, but I just sat there with my gruesome family, picking up bones from my dinner plate and eating them. I woke up with a start, the horror of the dream still with me. I could still hear the pounding in my ears. I shook my head, trying to chase the dream away. It was morning. I could tell from the blue of the sky outside the window. Oh no, the curtains. They were billowing again, flapping noiselessly as they blew into the room. I sat up and stared. The window was still closed. It's funny, whenever we get to an action-packed part of the book, I just kind of see out of the corner of my eye, just start to go faster and faster. With the book assault. Why is she counting sheep? She should be counting corpses. Oh gosh. 1, disembodied headless ghost to I don't know what kind of scary ghosts are the scariest to you, but yeah. That's a funny image. Ads and waiting for the train. Hi. Hello. Plot twist, she's dead and going insane. Oh god. Or Velma, well, it's better than swamp gas, right? She's more determined to deny the paranormal than most ghost hunters are to prove that ghosts exist, right? She's very reasonable and skeptic for an 11-year-old. Sounds like that Are You Afraid of the Dark episode again. Kathy is never mentioned again. Kathy is probably lucky to be staying away from these people in this horrible house, you know? I like how the little tagline on the front of the book says, "It will just kill you." Like, just bluntly. Just telling us what we're getting into for. I typed that thing about her being dead seconds before you read her dream. Oh, gosh. 3 pages. Oh, pages. Chapters are getting shorter. The first chapter was like 12 pages, and I was like, huh, kind of a decently sized length chapter for a kid's book, and then they just keep getting shorter and shorter and shorter. I'll take a look at the window. There must be a draft or a leak or something, Dad said at breakfast. He shoveled another mouthful of scrambled eggs and ham. Ooh, scrambled eggs and ham with cream cheese. It's so good. Ah. But Dad, it's so weird, I insisted, still feeling scared. The curtains were blowing like crazy and the window was closed. There might be a pane missing, Dad suggested. Amanda is a pane, Josh cracked his idea of a really witty joke. Don't start with your sister, Mom said, putting a plate down on the table and dropping into her chair. She looked tired. Her black hair, usually carefully pulled back, was disheveled. She tugged at the belt on her bathrobe. Whew, I don't think I slept 2 hours last night. Sorry. Talking about sleep makes me sleepy. Neither did I said. Neither did I said, sighing. I kept thinking that boy would show up in my room again. Amanda, you've really got to stop this, Mom said sharply. Boys in your room, curtains blowing, you have to realize that you're nervous and your imagination is working overtime. But Mom, I started, maybe a ghost was behind the curtains, Josh said, teasing. He raised up his hands and made a ghostly ooh wail. Whoa! Mom put a hand on Josh's shoulder. Remember what you promised about scaring each other? It's going to be hard for all of us to adjust to this place, Dad said. You may have dreamed about the curtains blowing, Amanda. You said you had bad dreams, right? The terrifying nightmare flashed back into my mind. Once again, I saw the big platter of bones on the table. I shivered. It's so damp in here, Mom said. A little sunshine will help dry the place out, Dad said. I peered out the window. The sky had turned solid gray. Trees seemed to spread darkness over the backyard. Where's Petey? I asked. Out back, Mom replied, swallowing a mouthful of eggs. He got up early, too. Couldn't sleep, I guess, so I let him out. What are we doing today? Josh asked. Is there even a fence in the backyard? Just let the dog out? He always needed to know the plan for the day, every detail, mainly so he could argue about it. Your father and I still have a lot of unpacking to do, Mom said, glancing to the back hallway, which was cluttered with unopened cartons. You two can explore the neighborhood, see what you can find, see if there are any other kids your age around. In other words, you want us to get lost, I said. Mom and Dad both laughed. You're very smart, Amanda. Yeah, just let the kids outside like feral cats. They'll come back eventually. But I want to help unpack my stuff, Josh whined. I knew he'd argue with the plan, just like always. Go get dressed and take a long walk, Dad said. Take Petey with you, okay? And take a leash for him. I left one by the front stairs. What about our bikes? Why can't we ride our bikes? Josh asked. They're buried in the back of the garage, Dad told him. You'll never be able to get to them. Besides, you have a flat tire. Why would you put the bikes in the back of the garage? If I can't ride my bike, I'm not going out, Josh insisted, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Mom and Dad had to argue with him, then threaten him. Finally, he agreed to go for a short walk. I finished my breakfast thinking about Kathy and my other friends back home. I wondered what the kids were like in Dark Falls. I wondered if I'd be able to find new friends, real friends. I volunteered to do breakfast dishes since Mom and Dad had so much work to do. Aw. Warm water felt soothing on my hands as I sponged the dishes clean. I guess maybe I'm weird. I like washing dishes. Behind me, from somewhere in the front of the house, I could hear Josh arguing with Dad. I could just barely make out the words over the trickle of the water. Your basketball was packed in one of these cartons, Dad was saying. Then Josh said something. Then Dad said, how should I know which one? Then Josh said something. Then Dad said, no, I don't have time to look now. Believe it or not, your basketball isn't at the top of my list. I stacked the last dish onto the counter to drain and looked for the dish towel to dry my hands. There was none in sight. I guess they hadn't been unpacked yet. Wiping off my hands on the front of my robe, I headed for the stairs. I'll be dressed in 5 minutes, I called to Josh, who was still arguing with Dad in the living room. Then we can go out. I started up the stairs and then stopped. Above me on the landing stood a strange girl about my age with short black hair. She was smiling down at me. Not a warm smile, not a friendly smile, but the most frightening smile I had ever seen. Oh god, have you guys seen have you guys seen, I'm just putting this in here for a second. You guys seen the promotional stuff for that new movie Smile, where they're just paying people to have these creepy smiles and stand in the background of like baseball games and news reports and stuff? It's weird. Well, gang, looks like we've got another mystery on our hands. Yeah. Petey, I see dead people. Yeah. Petey, I have a feeling we're not among the living anymore, right? We made your bike inaccessible, and also yours has a flat tire we never bothered to fix. Ah, yes, parents of the year, right? I don't know why would you move into this clearly haunted house, because it was free. That was it. It was free, so they moved into it. It's Wednesday Addams, right? Yeah, it's twisted. Yeah, it's a twisted, I get why they're doing it, because it's gaining, like, weird, I'm talking about it. That's exactly why they're doing it, but it's so weird. I saw the trailer for Smile last night, because one of my mom's coworkers suggested the movie to her. The trailer didn't sell us. It's probably, like, a very second or third rate horror movie, but I do give their marketing team points for creativity. Ooh, all right, let's get back into it. I'm just gonna keep plugging along. And yes, the Scooby-Doo reference, we will also read Scooby-Doo books some more, but I think it would be fun. I think reading these books on stream is obviously a hit, since everybody here seems to be enjoying themselves. I hope. The most recent horror film I saw was Orphan First Kill. I haven't seen that yet. What was the last horror movie I saw? It's been a second since I've watched a horror movie, I guess. Huh. I'll figure out what I watched. It's not a horror movie, it's a rom-com, but you know that movie, Just Like Heaven, with Mark Ruffalo and Reese Witherspoon? Pretty horrific, at certain parts. Also weirdly cute. I'm gonna have to do a video about that, too. I always loved the raised bumpiness of the Goosebumps logo, you know? Can't just be me, it's, like, I always loved this. It's bumpy. A hand touched my shoulder. I spun around. It was Josh. I'm not going for a walk unless I can take my basketball, he said. Josh, please. I looked back up to the landing, and the girl was gone. I felt cold all over. My legs were all trembly. I grabbed the banister. Dad, come here, please, I called. Josh's face filled with alarm. Hey, I didn't do anything, he shouted. No, it's not you, I said, and called Dad again. Amanda, I'm kind of busy, Dad said, appearing below the foot of the stairs, already perspiring from uncrating living room stuff. Oh, Get Out is a good movie. title is fun to feel. Yes, it's so bumpy. A copy of the haunted mask with a cutout mask. That's so cool. I think we talked about that. That's really, really cool. Dad, I saw something, I told him. Up there, a girl, I pointed. Amanda, please, he replied, making a face. Stop seeing things, okay? There's no one in the house except the four of us. And maybe a few mice. Stop seeing things, child. This is all your fault. Mice? Josh asked with a sudden interest. Really? Where? Dad, I didn't imagine it, I said, my voice cracking. I was really hurt that he didn't believe me. Amanda, look up there, Dad said, gazing up at the landing. What do you see? I followed his gaze. There was a pile of my clothes on the landing. Mom must have just packed them. Just unpacked them. You're packing them back up, you're leaving. Just clothes, Dad said impatiently. It's not a girl, it's clothes. He rolled his eyes. Sorry, I said quietly. I repeated it as I started up the stairs. Sorry. I feel bad for Amanda. Wow. But I didn't really feel sorry. I felt confused and still scared. Was it possible I thought a pile of clothes was a smiling girl? No, I didn't think so. I'm not crazy, and I have really good eyesight. So then, what was going on? I opened the door to my room, turned on the ceiling light, and saw the curtains billowing in front of the bay window. No, not again, I thought. I hurried over to them. This time, the window was open. Who opened it? Mom, I guessed. Warm, wet air blew into the room. The sky was heavy and gray. It smelled like rain. Turning to my bed, I had another shock. Someone had laid out an outfit for me. A pair of faded jeans and a pale blue sleeveless t-shirt. Nope. They were spread out side by side on the foot of the bed. Who had put them there? Mom? I stood at the doorway and called to her. Mom? Mom, did you pick out clothes for me? I could hear her shout something from downstairs, but I couldn't make out the words. Calm down, Amanda, I told myself. Calm down. Of course Mom pulled the clothes out. Of course Mom put them there. I don't think she did. From the doorway, I heard whispering in my closet. Whispering and hushed giggling behind the closet door. This was the last straw. What's going on here? I yelled at the top of my lungs. I stormed over to the closet and pulled open the door. Frantically, I pushed clothes out of the way. No one in there. Mice, I thought. I had heard mice that Dad was talking... Had I heard mice that Dad was talking about? I get out of here, I said aloud. The room, I realized, was driving me crazy. No, I was driving myself crazy, imagining all of these weird things. There was a logical explanation for everything. Everything. Sometimes the logical explanation is that dead people are ghosts, I guess. As I pulled up my jeans and fastened them, I said the word logical over and over and over in my mind. I said it so many times that I didn't sound like a real word anymore. Calm down, Amanda. Calm down. I took a deep breath and held it to 10. Boo! Josh cut it out. You didn't scare me, I told him, sounding more cross than I had meant to. Let's get out of here, he said, staring at me from the doorway. This place gives me the creeps. Huh? You too? I exclaimed. What's your problem? He started to say something, then stopped. He suddenly looked embarrassed. Forget it, he muttered. No, tell me, I insisted. What were you going to say? He kicked at the floor molding. I had a really creepy dream last night, he finally admitted, looking past me to the fluttering curtains at the window. A dream? I remember my horrible dream. Yeah, there were these two boys in my room, and they were mean. What did they do? I asked. I don't remember, Josh said, avoiding my eyes. I just remember they were scary. And what happened? I asked, turning to the mirror to brush my hair. I woke up, he said, and then he added impatiently, come on, let's go. Did the boys say anything to you? I asked. No, I don't think so, he answered thoughtfully. They just laughed. Laughed? Well, giggled, sort of, Josh said. I don't want to talk about it anymore, he snapped. Are we going for this dumb walk or not? Okay, I'm ready, I said, putting down my brush, taking one last look in the mirror. Let's go on this dumb walk. I followed them down the hall. As we passed the stack of clothes on the landing, I thought about the girl I had seen standing there, and I thought about the boy in the window when we first arrived, and the two boys Josh had seen in his room. I decided it proved that Josh and I were both really nervous about moving into this new place. Maybe Mom and Dad were right. We were letting our imaginations run away with us. It had to be our imagination. I mean, what else could it be? Puppy, that's the name of the book series. Dear child, do we really look stupid enough to jeopardize your safety moving into a house left to us by a relative we've never heard of? Sheesh, give your parents some credit. Now go to sleep. Right? Yes, it's mice, you silly child. Jumping mice that leads you to the other world with another mother, or... Oh, wait, wrong story, right? Yeah, no, not that creepy childhood story. The other one. All right, let's get into chapter 9. 9. Where your good guy Dell is haunted by the soul of a serial killer, right? You know, sometimes that's the logical explanation. I guess this is it's not sponsored, but I guess this is an accidental sponsorship, advertisement, unpaid, for Better World Books, where I got some of these books. Well, actually, just the one, because it was the one that it was Werewolf Skin, because I couldn't find it anywhere else. A few seconds later, we stepped into the backyard to get Petey. He was as glad to see us as ever, leaping on us with his muddy paws, yapping excitedly, running in frantic circles through the leaves. It cheered me up just to see him. Poor dog. Even though the sky was gray, there was no wind at all. The heavy old tree stood as still as a statue. Blanket in here? Yes, it is. Hang on. Here, guys. Of course, the chair is on it. Ah. There we go. Sorry, I was chilly. Chapter 9. Wait, what? Werewolf Skin. Yeah, no, it's the one book that I couldn't find. You know. Hopefully, in the book, it's ethically sourced werewolf skin. Posting a drawing werewolf skin on Friday. I hope you'll like it. I'm sure it'll be great. I like your style of art. Where are the dead kids? I think we're getting to that plot point soon. Yeah. I think we're almost there. Technically, I think they've already seen the dead kids. They just haven't talked to them yet. It was hot and muggy, even though the sky was gray. There was no wind at all. The heavy old trees stood as still as statues. Sounds like Georgia. We headed down the gravel driveway towards the street, our sneakers kicking at the dead brown leaves, Petey running in zigzags at our sides, first in front of us, then behind. At least Dad hasn't asked us to rake all these old leaves, Josh said. He will, I warned. I don't think he's unpacked the rake yet. Josh made a face. We stood at the curb, looking up at the house, the 2 second-floor bay windows staring back at us like eyes. The house next door, I noticed for the first time, was about the same size as ours, except it was shingle instead of brick. The curtains in the living room were drawn shut. Some of the upstairs windows were shuttered. Tall trees cast the neighbor's house in darkness too. Which way? Josh asked, tossing a stick for Petey to chase. I pointed up the street. The school is up that way, I said. Let's check it out. The road sloped uphill. Josh picked up a small tree branch from the side of the road and used it as a walking stick. Petey kept trying to chew on it while Josh walked. We didn't see anyone on the street or in any of the front yards we passed. No cars went by. I was beginning to think the whole town was deserted until the boy stepped out from behind the low ledge. He popped out so suddenly, both Josh and I stopped in our tracks. Hi, he said shyly, giving us all a little wave. Oh, hi, he said shyly, giving us all a little wave. Wrong inflection. Hi, Josh and I answered at the same time. Then, before we could pull him back, Petey ran up to the boy, sniffed his sneakers, and began snarling and barking. The boy stepped back and raised his hands as if he were protecting himself. He looked really frightened. Petey, stop, I cried. Josh grabbed the dog and picked him up, but he kept growling. He doesn't bite, I told the boy. He usually doesn't bark either. I'm sorry. That's okay, the boy said, staring at Petey, who was squirming to get out of Josh's arms. He probably smells something on me. That is exactly what the other guy said. Petey, stop, I shouted. The dog wouldn't stop squirming. You don't want the leash, do you? The boy had short, wavy blonde hair and very pale blue eyes. Ooh, 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 I remember this part. He had a funny turned-up nose. Or maybe I just think I remember this part. He had a funny turned-up nose that seemed out of place on his serious-looking face. He was wearing a maroon long-sleeved sweatshirt despite the mugginess of the day. And black straight-leg jeans. He had a blue baseball cap stuffed into the back pocket of his jeans. I'm Amanda Benson, I said. And this is my brother, Josh. Josh hesitantly put Petey back on the ground. The dog yipped once, stared up at the boy, whimpered softly, then sat down on the street and began to scratch himself. I'm Ray Thurston, the boy said, stuffing his hands into his jeans pocket, still staring warily at Petey. He seemed to relax a little, though seeing that the dog had lost interest in barking and growling at him. I suddenly realized that Ray looked familiar. Where had I seen him before? Where? I stared at him until I remembered, and then I gasped in sudden fright. Ray was the boy in my room, the boy in the window. You, I stammered accusingly. You were in our house. He looked confused. Huh? You were in my room, right? I insisted. He laughed. I don't get it, he said. In your room? Petey raised his head and gave a low growl in Ray's direction. Then he went back to his serious scratching. I thought I saw you, I said, beginning to feel a little doubtful. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe. I haven't been in your house in a long time, Ray said, looking down warily at Petey. A long time? Yeah, I used to live in your house, he replied. Huh? Josh and I stared at him in surprise. Our house? Ray nodded. When we first moved here, he said, he picked up a flat pebble and heaved it down the street. Petey growled, started to chase it, changed his mind, and plopped back down on the street. His stub of tail wagging excitedly. I can see chat going crazy. I'm sorry. Let me finish this chapter. I don't get distracted. Heavy clouds lowered across the sky. It seemed to grow darker. Where do you live now? I asked. Ray tossed another stone, then pointed up the road. Did you like our house? Josh asked Ray. Yeah, it was okay, Ray told him. Nice and shady. You liked it? Josh cried. I think it's gross. It's so dark. And Petey interrupted. He decided to start barking at Ray again, running up till he was a few inches in front of Ray, and then backing away. Ray took a few cautious steps back to the edge of the curb. Josh pulled the leash from the pocket of his shorts. Sorry, Petey, he said. I held the growling dog while Josh attached the leash to his collar. He's never done this before, really, I said, apologizing to Ray. The leash seemed to confuse Petey. He tugged against it, pulling Josh across the street, but at least he stopped barking. Let's do something, Josh said impatiently. Like what? Ray asked, relaxing again now that Petey was on the leash. We all thought for a while. Maybe we could go to your house, Josh suggested to Ray. Ray shook his head. No, I don't think so, he said. Not now, anyway. Where is everyone? I asked, looking up and down the empty street. It's really dead around here, huh? He chuckled. Yeah, I guess you could say that. He said, want to go to the playground behind the school? Yeah, okay, I agreed. The three of us headed up the street, Ray leading the way, me walking a few feet behind him, Josh holding his tree branch in one hand, the leash in the other, Petey running this way and that, giving Josh a really hard time. We didn't see the gang of kids till we turned the corner. There were 10 or 12 of them, mostly boys, but a few girls too. They were laughing and shouting, shoving each other playfully as they came towards us down the center of the street. Some of them, I saw, were about my age. The rest were teenagers. They were wearing jeans and dark t-shirts. One of the girls stood out because she had long, straight blonde hair and was wearing green spandex tights. A tall boy with slicked back black hair cried, pointing at us. Seeing Ray, Josh, and me, the three, they grew quiet but didn't stop moving towards us. A few of them giggled, as if they were enjoying some kind of private joke. The three of us stopped and watched them approach. I smiled and waited to say hi. Petey was pulling at his leash and barking his head off. Hi, guys, the tall boy with the black hair said, grinning. The others thought this was funny for some reason. They laughed. The girl in the green tights gave the short, red-haired boy a shove that almost sent him sprawling into me. How's it going, Ray? A girl with short black hair asked, smiling at Ray. Not bad. Hi, guys, Ray answered. He turned to Josh and me. These are some of my friends. They're all from the neighborhood. Hi, I said, feeling awkward. I wished Petey would stop barking and pulling at his leash. Like that. Poor Josh was having a terrible time holding on to him. This is George Carpenter, Ray said, pointing to the short, red-haired boy, who nodded, and Jerry Franklin, Carrie Somerset, Bill Gregory. He went around the circle. I'm not going to remember any of those names. Naming each kid. I tried to remember all the names, but of course it wasn't possible. Agreed, yeah. Park Falls, one of the girls asked me. I don't really know, I told her. It's my first day here, really. It seems nice. Some of the kids laughed at my answer for some reason. What kind of dog is that? George Carpenter asked Josh. Josh, holding tight to the leash handle, told him. George stared hard at Petey, studying him as if he had never seen a dog like Petey before. Karen Somerset, a tall, pretty girl with short blonde hair, came up to me while some of the other kids were admiring Petey. You know that I used to live in your house, she said softly. What? I wasn't sure I heard you correctly. Let's go to the playground, Ray said, interrupting. No one responded to Ray's suggestion. Oh, God. Oh, God. Everybody knows what's happening, right? We all know what's happening. No one responded to Ray's suggestion. They grew quiet. Even Petey stopped barking. Had Karen really said that she used to live in our house? I wanted to ask her, but she had stepped back into the circle of kids. The circle. My mouth dropped open as I realized they had formed a circle around Josh and me. I felt a stab of fear. Was I imagining it? Was something going on? They all suddenly looked different to me. They were smiling, but their faces were tense, watchful, as if they expected trouble. Two of them, I noticed, were carrying baseball bats. The girl with the green tights stared at me, looking me up and down, checking me out. No one said a word. The street was silent except for Petey, who was now whimpering softly. I suddenly felt very afraid. Why were they staring at us like that? Or was my imagination running away with me again? I turned to Ray, who was still beside me. He didn't seem at all troubled, but he didn't return my gaze. Hey guys, I said, what's going on? I tried to keep it light, but my voice was a little shaky. I looked over at Josh. He was busy soothing Petey and hadn't noticed that things had changed. The two boys with baseball bats held them up waist high and moved forward. I glanced around the circle, feeling fear tighten my chest. The circle tightened. The kids were closing in on us. Let's see where I lost, where I didn't keep up with chat. She's going crazy. She's seeing boys in her room. I saw. Say two, yeah. So peaceful, it'll kill you. Yep. Oh, I went back too far. Here. Oh, look at Nightbot kicked out another spam bot. Good for it. Um I'm too oblivious to notice a ghost. The door swings back and forth. I'm just like, damn, wind, even though there's no wind. Oh, I'd be terrified. Hey, Patrick, how are you? People in fiction are dumb, yeah. You stopped them dead in their tracks. Ah, I see what you did there. Still here, just on the train. Oh, there's a little tiny ant on the desk, and I don't like that. Sorry, ant. Old lazy and don't care. That's not true. Hi, Patrick. Hi, Patrick. Yes, I heard about Angela Lansbury. It's very sad. Clearly not a ray of sunshine. No, he's not a ray of sunshine. I lived in your house. That thing about the uncle is looking more and more shady by the second. Yeah, all these kids, these sketchy kids, all seem to live in the same house. Petey has an excellent, excellent nose for ghosts. Yes. Many dead kids used to live in this house. It's a cult. Ghost cult. Ghost cult would be a good name for a band. R.I.P. living kids. Congrats, Nightbot. You did your job correctly for once. For once. I really am going to bed now. Good night, Patrick. See you later. All right, let's see. Chapter 10. Don't know why I said it like that, but there we go. The bot that got kicked out is called 69mega.com. Looks like we found a girl for you. Very legitimate. Or it's an above board operation through and through. Maybe it's the Night and Terror Tower complex. Maybe. Just another a couple more train stations and a bus. Ew. Ew. Get out of looked down and on the rim of the drink there was a buggy. I don't like that. I'd like this video so I can finish it later. Good night, Darth Sidious. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep plugging along. For those of us that are insomniacs, but I'm glad that people are going and getting sleep. Big store down. Did someone say Tower of Terror? I think he was talking about Night and Terror Tower, one of the books from the Goosebumps series, but Tower of Terror is great. Both are great. Both versions of Tower media are great. Almost 2 p.m. as well. Need bug control. Apparently it's bug season. That's great. We've been doing a lot of like work in our backyard. I think we've just been like, I don't know, maybe stuff's just being like kicked up and that's causing like a surge of like ants and stuff, but it's gross. I hate it. Hardcover version of this book and Stay Out of the Basement. Wasn't many hardcover Goosebumps books. I was gonna say I've never seen a well, except for I have one hardcover and it's the Goosebumps Most Wanted Book 0. It's the Haunted Mask, Return of the Haunted Mask. Way too much caffeine, far too late in the day, so I will simply not sleep until tomorrow at some point now. Yeah, same. Good night. It's 11 where I am, and I have college tomorrow. Wake up early. My favorite thing. Ugh. Bugs are ewy. Yeah, they are. But yeah, the bot will be available, so you can pick back up where you left off. We're at the 2-hour, like 2.5-hour mark for future reference. Okay. The black clouds overhead seemed to lower. The air felt heavy and damp. Josh was fussing with Petey's collar and still didn't see what was happening. I wondered if Ray was going to say anything if he was going to do anything to stop them. But he stayed frozen, expressionless beside me. The circle grew smaller as the kids closed in. I realized I'd been holding my breath. I took a deep breath and opened my mouth to cry out. Hey kids, what's going on? It was a man's voice calling from outside the circle. Everyone turned to see Mr. Dawes coming quickly toward us, taking long strides as he crossed the street, his open blazer flapping behind him. He had a friendly smile on his face. What's going on? He asked again. He didn't seem to realize that the gang of kids had been closing in on Josh and me. Or did he, and was he trying to help? We're heading to the playground, George Carpenter told him, twirling the bat in his hand. You know, to play softball. Good deal, Mr. Dawes said, pulling down his striped tie, which had blown over his shoulder. He looked up at the darkening sky. Hope you don't get rained out. Several of the kids had backed up. They were standing in the small groups of 2 and 3 now. The circle had completely broken up. Is that bat for softball or hardball? Mr. Dawes asked George. George doesn't know, another kid replied quickly. He's never hit anything with it. The kids all laughed. George playfully menaced the kids, pretending to come at him with the bat. Mr. Dawes gave a little wave as he started to leave, but then he stopped and his eyes opened, wide with surprise. Hey, he said, flashing me a friendly smile. Josh, Amanda, I didn't see you there. Good morning, I muttered. I was feeling very confused. A moment ago, I'd felt terribly scared. Now everyone was laughing and kidding around. Had I imagined that the kids were moving in on us? This poor girl is just like gaslighting herself left and right. Ray and Josh hadn't seemed to notice anything peculiar. Was it just me and my overactive imagination? What would have happened if Mr. Dawes hadn't come along? How are you two getting along in the new house? Mr. Dawes asked, smoothing back his wavy blonde hair. Okay, Josh and I answered together. Looking up at Mr. Dawes, Petey began to bark and pull at the leash. Mr. Dawes put an exaggerated, hurt expression on his face. I'm crushed, he said. Your dog still doesn't like me. He bent over Petey. Hey, dog, lighten up. Petey barked back angrily. He doesn't seem to like anybody today, I told Mr. Dawes apologetically. Mr. Dawes stood back up and shrugged. Can't win 'em all. He started back to his car, parked a few yards down the street. I'm heading over to your house, he told Josh and me. Just want to see if there's anything I can do to help your parents. Have fun, kids. I watched him climb into his car and drive away. He's a nice guy, Ray said. Yeah, I agreed. I was still feeling uncomfortable, wondering what the kids would do now that Mr. Dawes was gone. Would they form that frightening circle again? Well, run before they can do that again. No, everyone started walking, heading down the block to the playground behind the school. They were kidding each other and talking normally, and pretty much ignored Josh and me. I was starting to feel a little silly. It was obvious that they had been trying to scare Josh or me. It must have made the whole thing up, and I must have made the whole thing up in my mind. I must have. At least I told myself I hadn't screamed or made a scene. At least I hadn't made a total fool of myself. The playground was completely empty. I guessed that most kids had stayed inside because of the threatening sky. The playground was large, flat, grassy field, surrounded on all 4 sides by tall metal fence. There were swings and slides at the end of the nearest school building. There were 2 baseball diamonds on the other end. Beyond the fence, I could see a row of tennis courts, also deserted. Josh tied Petey to the fence, then came running over to join the rest of us. The boy named Jerry Franklin made up the teams. Ray and I were on the same teams. Josh was on the other. As our team took the field, I felt excited and a little nervous. I'm not the best softball player in the world. I can hit the ball pretty well, but in the field, I'm a complete klutz. Luckily, Jerry sent me out to a right field where not many balls are hit. The clouds began. You went to right. Yeah, I guess right field is where most of the balls. That's where I hit balls too if I'm ever playing softball because I'm lefty, but most people aren't. Caught up. The clouds began to part a little and the sky got lighter. We played 2 full innings. The other team was winning 8-2. I was having fun. I had only messed up 1 play, and I hit a double my first time at bat. It was fun being with a whole new group of kids. They seemed really nice, especially the girl named Karen Somerset, who talked with me while we waited for our turn at bat. Karen had a great smile, even though she wore braces on all her teeth, up and down. She seemed very eager to be friends. I had to have braces. Don't make people feel bad about braces. The sun was coming out as my team started to take the field from the beginning of the third inning. Suddenly I heard a loud, shrill whistle. I looked around until I saw that it was Jerry Franklin blowing a silver whistle. Everyone came running to him. We'd better quit, he said, looking up at the brightened sky. We promised our folks, remember, that we'd be home for lunch? I glanced at my watch. It was only 11:30, still early. Some people have lunch early. But to my surprise, no one protested. They all waved to each other and called out farewells, and then began to run. I couldn't believe how fast everyone left. It was as if they were racing or something. Karen ran past me like the others, her head down, a serious expression on her pretty face. Then she stopped suddenly and turned around. Nice meeting you, Amanda, she called back. We should get together sometime. Great, I called to her. Do you know where I live? I couldn't hear her answer very well. She nodded, and I thought she said, yes, I know it. I used to live in your house. But that couldn't have been what she said. How many pages left? I'm almost home as of right now. Oh, we're getting close to the end. We're more than halfway done. We've got, like, I think 50 pages left. I'm just going to keep reading. Amanda, please stop being so rational. It's your life literally depends on it, right? This is going to end well, right? Like 11. Yeah, sometimes I eat lunch early or late. Like, and 11:30, like, if noon is, like, the normal time for lunch, 11:30 isn't that early. You tried melatonin or another sleep aid. Those don't help. I used to be on melatonin. It didn't really help, but it's honestly been a while. I could try again. And acknowledges the fact that her entire class is ghost kids that lived in her house. Challenge failed. I know, right? Yeah, no one feel obligated to stay on with me if you are going to sleep, but I'm just gonna sit up and keep reading. The reading streams do kind of help me. I tend to realize that I sleep a little bit better once we do the after stream. Bitch slap of human history. Who is the one you give the bitch slap to? Ooh, so many people deserve that bitch slap. I leave these kids be demons. Thank you for not leaving me alone with the demon kids. These days, I get up around 10 a.m. Lunch is basically my first meal, right? Yeah. Almost out of my gin and juice. About to switch over to Coke. Without any gin. I'm not going to sleep anytime soon anyway, so I'll gladly hang out. Let's try to make light of ghost children with everyone. LMAO. Thank you. This is what the community's here for. Can I answer? If I can answer, I'd say Trump. Trump is a good candidate. As of late, especially Kanye West feels like a great candidate. There's a lot of people that really, really need that hypothetical slap. Believe in actual violence, but gin and what? It's gin and cranberry black cherry juice. This is a Goosebumps fan club, like the ones they used to have back in the 90s, because I wasn't born until the 2000s, so this can come close. Yeah, I wasn't in the fan clubs or anything back in the day. Team is well known for hating on kids, especially those who wear coats. Oh my god. It's Jane in a trench coat. One of these days we're all gonna play those games again, and those of us who were there the first time around are gonna be like, I'm raring to, you know, let me at Jane, and everybody else is gonna be like, the child? The child? Actually, no, who am I kidding? They'll believe me. My personal favorite mixer is ginger ale and champagne. Ooh, that sounds fancy. I like it. I'm always a fan of, like, if I'm gonna drink, it's usually like some kind of mixer with like juice. Greatest to get information on how to join the all new Goosebumps fan club. Goosebumps, they're so good, it's scary. Yeah, right? When we get through all these books, I'm gonna basically have to put together a documentary about this series, aren't I? The OGs. Time to punch a child. The newbies. Time to what? A who now? Yeah. And then they'll start seeing Jane and be like, oh, no, I get it now. Did the Goosebumps VHS as a kid. That tag. VHS as a kid, so that tagline still stays with me. That's funny. Sprite. It's like a good basket. Ooh, that sounds good. All right, chapter 11. Several days went by. Josh and I were getting used to our new house and our new friends. The kids we met every day at the playground weren't exactly friends yet. They talked with Josh and me and let us on their teams, but it was really hard to get to know them. In my room, I kept hearing whispers late at night and soft giggling, but I forced myself to ignore it. One night, I thought I saw a girl dressed in all white at the end of the upstairs hall, but when I walked over to investigate, there was just a pile of dirty sheets and other bedcloths against the walls. Josh and I were adjusting, but Peter was still acting really strange. We took him with us to the playground every day, but we had to leash him to the fence. Otherwise, he'd bark and snap at all the kids. He's still nervous being in a new place, I told Josh. He'll calm down. But Petey didn't calm down. And about 2 weeks later, we were finishing up a softball game with Ray and Karen Somerset and Jerry Franklin and George Carpenter and a bunch of other kids when I looked over the fence and saw that Petey was gone. Uh-oh. Somehow, he had broken out of his leash and run away. We looked for hours, calling Petey, wandering from block to block, searching front yards and backyards, empty lots and woods. Then after circling the neighborhood twice, Josh and I realized we had no idea where we were. The streets of Dark Falls all looked the same. They were all lined with sprawling old brick or shingle houses, all filled with shady old trees. I don't believe it. We're lost, Josh said, leaning against a tree trunk, trying to catch his breath. That stupid dog, I muttered, my eyes searching up the street. Why did he do this? He never runs away. He's never run away before. He's a dog. He doesn't really have, like, complex rationale. He probably ran away. Dogs run away. I don't know how he got loose, Josh said, shaking his head, then wiping his sweaty forehead with the sleeve of his t-shirt. I tied him up really well. Hey, maybe he ran home, I said. The idea immediately cheered me up. Yeah, Josh stepped away from the tree and headed back over to me. I'll bet you're right. Amanda, he's probably home. He's probably been home for hours. Wow, we've been so stupid. We should have checked home first. Let's go. Well, I said, looking around the empty yards, we just have to figure out which way is home. I looked up and down the street, trying to figure out which way we'd turned when we left the school playground. I couldn't remember, so we just started walking. That's why Hansel and Gretel had all those breadcrumbs. Luckily, as we reached the next corner, the school came into sight. We'd made a full circle. It was easy to find our way from there. Passing the playground, I stared at the spot on the fence where Petey had been tied. The trouble the troublemaking dog that troublemaking dog. He'd been acting so badly ever since we came to Dark Falls. Would he be home when we got there? I hoped so. A few minutes later, Josh and I were running up the gravel driveway, calling the dog's name at the top of our lungs. The front door burst open and Mom, her hair tied in a red bandana, the knees of her jeans covered with dust, leaned out. She and Dad had been painting the back porch. Where have you two been? Lunchtime was 2 hours ago. Josh and I both answered at the same time. Is Petey here? We've been looking for Petey. Is he here? Mom's face filled with confusion. Petey? I thought he was with you. My heart sank. Josh slumped to the driveway with a loud sigh, sprawling flat on his back in the gravel and leaves. You haven't seen him? I asked, my trembling voice showing my disappointment. He was with us, but he ran away. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom said, motioning for Josh to get up from the driveway. He ran away? I thought you've been keeping him on a leash. You've got to help us find him, Josh pleaded, not budging from the ground. Get the car. We've got to find him right now. I'm sure he hasn't gotten far, Mom said. You must be starving. Come in and have some lunch. And then we'll... No, right now, Josh screamed. What's going on? Dad said, his face covered with tiny flecks of white paint. Joined Mom on the front porch. Josh, what's all the yelling? We explained to Dad what was happening. He said he was too busy to drive around looking for Petey. Great. Good parenting. Mom said she'd do it, but only after we had some lunch. I pulled Josh up by both arms and dragged him into the house. We washed up and gulped down some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Then Mom took the car out of the garage, and wait, they just moved in and they have enough space in the garage to park? Fuck that. I still don't have space in the garage. We still don't have space to park in the garage. Dogs can be super smart and rational. Look at Mr. Peabody. I rest my case. They're lost in a town full of ghost children. This can only go well, right? We drove around and around the neighborhood searching for our lost pet with no luck. No sign of him. Josh and I were miserable, heartbroken. My mom and dad called the local police. Dad kept saying that Petey had a good sense of direction and that he'd show up at any minute. But we didn't really believe it. Where was he? The four of us ate dinner in silence. It was the longest, most horrible evening of my life. I tied him up really good, Josh repeated, close to tears, his dinner plate still full. Dogs are great escape artists, Dad said. Don't worry, he'll show up. Some night for a party, Mom said glumly. I'd completely forgotten that they were going out. Some neighbors on the next block had invited them to a big potluck dinner party. I sure don't feel like partying either, Dad said with a sigh. I'm beat from painting all day, but I guess we have to be neighborly. Sure you kids will be okay here? Yeah, I guess, I said, thinking about Petey. I kept listening for his bark, listening for his scratching at the door. But no, the hours dragged by. Petey still hadn't shown up by bedtime. I'll cover with the Parents of the Year, right? Josh and I both slinked upstairs. I felt really tired, weary from all the worrying and running around and searching for Petey, I guess. But I knew I'd never be able to go to sleep. In the hall outside my bedroom door, I heard whispering from the inside of my room and quiet footsteps, the usual sounds my room made. I wasn't at all scared of them or surprised by them anymore. Without hesitating, I stepped into my room and clicked the light. The room was empty, and I knew it would be. The mysterious sounds disappeared. I glanced at the curtains, which lay straight and still. Then I saw the clothes strewn all over my bed. Several pairs of jeans, several t-shirts, a couple of sweatshirts, my only dress-up skirt. That's strange, I thought. Mom was such a neat freak. If she had washed these things, she surely would have hung them up or put them into dresser drawers. Sighing wearily, I started to gather up the clothes and put them away. I figured that Mom simply had too much to do to be bothered. She had probably washed the stuff and then left it here for me to put away. Or she had put it all down planning to come back later and put it all away, and then got busy with other chores. Half an hour later, I was tucked into my bed, wide awake, staring at the shadows on the ceiling. Sometime after that, I lost track of time. I was still wide awake, still thinking about Petey, thinking about the new kids I'd met, thinking about the new neighbors, when I heard my bedroom door creak and swing open. Why am I getting chills? This is a children's book. Footsteps on the creaking floorboards. I sat up in the darkness as someone crept into my room. Amanda, shh, it's me. Alarmed, it took me a few seconds to recognize the hushed whisper. Josh, what do you want? What are you doing in here? I gasped as a blinding light forced me to cover my eyes. Oops, sorry, Josh said. My flashlight I didn't mean to. Ow, that's bright, I said, blinking. He aimed the powerful beam of white light up at the ceiling. Yeah, it's a halogen flashlight, he said. Well, what do you want? I asked irritably. I still couldn't see well. I rubbed my eyes, but it didn't help. I know where Petey is, Josh whispered, and I'm going to go get him. Come with me. Huh? I looked at the little clock on my bed table. It's after midnight, Josh. So? It won't take long, really. My eyes were nearly normal by now, staring at Josh in the light from the halogen flashlight. I noticed for the first time that he was fully dressed in jeans and a long-sleeve t-shirt. I don't get it, Josh, I said, swinging around and putting my feet on the floor. We looked everywhere. Where do you think Petey is? In the cemetery, Josh answered. His eyes looked big and dark and serious in the white light. Huh? That's where he ran the first time, remember? When we first came to Dark Falls, he ran to that cemetery just past the school. Now wait a minute, I started. They didn't check there before? Weird. We drove past it this afternoon, but we didn't look inside. He's there, Amanda. I know he is, and I'm going to go get him, whether you come or not. Josh, calm down, I said, putting my hands on his narrow shoulders. I was surprised to discover that he was trembling. There's no reason for Petey to be in that cemetery. That's where he went the first time, Josh insisted. He was looking for something there. That day, I could tell. I know he's there again, Amanda. He pulled away from me. Are you coming or not? My brother had to be the stubbornest, most headstrong person in the world. Josh, you're really going to walk around into a strange cemetery so late at night? I asked. I'm not afraid, he said, shining the bright light around my room. For a brief second, I thought the light caught someone lurking behind the curtains. I opened my mouth to cry out, but there was no one there. You coming or not? He repeated impatiently. I was going to say no, but then glancing at the curtains, I thought it's probably more spooky to stay out. It's probably no more spooky out there than in the cemetery than it is here in my own bedroom. Oh no. Yeah, okay, I said grudgingly. Get out of here and let me get dressed. Okay, he whispered, turning off the flashlight, plunging us into blackness. Meet me down at the end of the driveway. That would freak me out. I don't like dark spaces. The house needs Jesus. Yeah, the house needs an exorcist. Gonna head to bed soon myself. Sending love and hugs to Avery. Avery, stay safe. Night, Chris. Thanks for hanging out. This poor girl is so deeply trying to deny the fact that she's surrounded but constantly by ghosts. I know, right? Okay. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Sorry. Lost my spot. Josh, one quick look at the cemetery, then we hurry home. Got it? I told him. Yeah, right. We'll be home before Mom and Dad get back from that party. He crept out. I could hear him making his way quickly down the stairs. This is the craziest idea ever, I told myself. Excuse me. I told myself as I searched in the darkness for some clothes to pull on. And it was also kind of exciting. Josh was wrong, no doubt about it. Petey wouldn't be hanging around in that cemetery now. Why on earth should he? Again, they're acting like the dog is a person. Like he has like the rationale of a human being. I was Amanda, I would just still convince my parents that something was off about the house. Yeah, she tried. They don't want to listen to her, I guess. But at least it wasn't a long walk, and it was an adventure, something to write about to Kathy back home. And if Josh happened to be right and we did manage to find poor, lost Petey, well, that would be great too. A few minutes later, dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, I crept out of the house and joined Josh at the bottom of the driveway. The night was still warm. A heavy blanket of clouds covered the moon. I realized for the first time that there were no streetlights on our block. Josh had the halogen flashlight on, aimed down at our feet. You ready? He asked. Dumb question. Would I be standing there if I weren't ready? We crunched over dead leaves as we headed up the block toward the school. From there, it was just 2 blocks to the cemetery. It's so dark, I whispered. The houses were black and silent. There was no breeze at all. It was as if we were all alone in the world. It's too quiet, I said, hurrying to keep up with Josh. No crickets or anything? Are you sure you really want to go to the cemetery? I'm sure, he said, his eyes following the circle of light from the flashlight as it bumped over the ground. As it bumped over the ground. I really think Petey is there. We walked into the street, keeping close to the curb. We had gone nearly 2 blocks. The school was just coming into sight. The next block was when we heard scraping steps behind us on the pavement. Josh and I both stopped. He lowered the light. We both looked at the sounds. I wasn't imagining them. Someone was following us. Dog's the smart one so far. Yeah. To be fair, the dog seems to be the only one being remotely rational and trying to get out of that house at this point. Yeah. Yep. Chapter 12. Long-ish chapter. Ish. Not long, just, compared to the other chapters we've read. Josh was so startled the flashlight tumbled from his hand and clattered onto the street. The light flickered, but didn't go out. By the time Josh had managed to pick it up, our pursuer had caught up to us. I spun around to face him, my heart pounding in my chest. Ray, what are you doing here? Josh aimed the light at Ray's face, but Ray shot his arms up to shield his face and ducked back into the darkness. What are you two doing here? He cried, sounding almost as startled as I did. You scared us, Josh said angrily, aiming the flashlight back down at our feet. Sorry, Ray said. I would have called out, but I wasn't sure it was you. Josh has this crazy idea about where Petey might be, I told him, still struggling to catch my breath. That's why we're out here. What about you? Josh asked Ray. Well, sometimes I have trouble sleeping, Ray said softly. Don't your parents mind you being out so late, I asked. In the glow from the flashlight, I could see a wicked smile cross his face. Ooh, they don't know. Are we going to the cemetery or not? Josh asked impatiently. Without waiting for an answer, he started jogging up the road, the light bobbing on the pavement in front of him. I turned and followed, waiting to stay close to the light. Where are you going? Ray called, hurrying to catch up. Cemetery, I called back. No, Ray said, you're not. His voice was so low, so threatening, that I stopped. What? You're not going there, Ray repeated. I couldn't see his face. It was hidden in darkness, but his words sounded menacing. Hurry, Josh called back to us. He hadn't slowed down. He didn't seem to notice the threat in Ray's voice. Stop, Josh, Ray called. It sounded more like an order than a request. You can't go there. Why not? I demanded, suddenly afraid. Was Ray threatening Josh and me? Did he know something we didn't? Or was I making a big deal out of nothing once again? I stared into the darkness, trying to see his face. You'd be nuts to go there at night, he declared. I began to think I had misjudged him. He was afraid to go there. That's why he was trying to stop us. Are you coming or not? Josh demanded, getting further and further ahead of us. I don't think we should, Ray warned. Yes, he's afraid, I decided. Hi, Nightbot. We're all fine. Going to find a dog in a cemetery. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, he's afraid, I decided. I only imagined that he was threatening us. You don't have to, but we do, Josh insisted, picking up his speed. No, really, Ray said. This is a bad idea. But now he and I were running side by side to catch up with Josh. Petey's there, Josh said. I know he is. We passed the dark, silent school. It seemed much bigger at night. Josh's light flashed through the low tree branches as we turned the corner onto Cemetery Drive. Wait, please, Ray pleaded. But Josh didn't slow down, neither did I. I was eager to get there and get it over with. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve. The air was hot and still. I wished I hadn't worn long sleeves. I felt my hair. It was dripping wet. The clouds still covered the moon as we reached the cemetery. We stepped through a gate in the low wall. In the darkness, I could see the crooked rows of gravestones. Josh's light traveled from stone to stone, jumping up and down as he walked. Petey, he called, suddenly interrupting the silence. He's disturbing the sleep of the dead, I thought, feeling a sudden chill of fear. Don't be silly, Amanda. Petey! I called too, forcing away my morbid thoughts. This is a very bad idea, Ray said, standing very close to me. Petey! Petey! Josh called. I know it's a bad idea, I admitted to Ray, but I didn't want Josh to come here by himself. But we shouldn't be here, Ray insisted. I was beginning to wish he'd go away. No one had forced him to come. Why was he giving us such a hard time? Hey, look at this, Josh called from several yards up ahead. My sneakers crunching over the soft ground. I hurried between the rows of graves. I hadn't realized that we had already walked the entire length of the graveyard. Look, Josh said. Again, his flashlight playing over a strange structure built at the edge of the cemetery. It took me a little while to figure out what it was in the small circle of light. It was so unexpected. It was some kind of theater, an amphitheater, I guess you'd call it. Circular rows of bench seats dug into the ground, descending like stairs to a low stage-like platform at the bottom. What on earth? I exclaimed. I started forward to get a closer look. Amanda, wait, let's go home, Ray called. He grabbed at my arm, but I hurried away. And he grabbed only air. Weird. Who would build an outdoor theater at the edge of a cemetery? I asked. I looked back to see if Josh and Ray were following me, and my sneaker caught against something. I stumbled to the ground, hitting my knee hard. Ow, what was that? Josh shone the light on it as I climbed slowly, painfully to my feet. I had tripped over enormous upraised root tree. Upraised tree roots. That was not, I was like, my brain was like, that's not the order of words. In the flickering light, I followed the gnarled root over to a wide old tree several yards away. The huge tree was bent over the strange below-ground theater, leaning at such a low angle that it looked likely to topple over at any second. We had a tree fall on our house while we were trying to get it taken down. That was fun. No one got hurt or anything. It's just scary. Big clumps of roots were raised up from the ground. Overhead, the tree's branches, heavy with leaves, seemed to lean to the ground. Timber! Josh yelled. How weird, I exclaimed. Hey, Ray, what is this place? Hopefully it's not human sacrifice season yet. They could maybe still pawn the house off to someone else still and survive. I always forget the human sacrifice season dates. I can never tell you. It's not fine. It is indeed not fine. Hey, Ray, what is this place? How weird, I exclaimed. Hey, Ray, what is this place? It's a meeting place, Ray said quietly, standing close beside me, staring straight ahead at the leaning tree. They use it as sort of like a town hall. They have town meetings here. In the cemetery? I cried, finding it hard to believe. Let's go, Ray urged, looking very nervous. All three of us heard footsteps. They were behind us, somewhere in the rows of graves. We turned around. Josh's light swept over the ground. Petey! There he was, standing between the nearest row of low stone grave markers. I turned happily to Josh. I don't believe it, I cried. You were right. Petey! Petey! Josh and I both started running towards our dog. But Petey arched back on his hind legs as if he were getting ready to run away. He stared at us, his eyes red as jewels in the light of the flashlight. Petey, we found you! I cried. This is a pet cemetery situation, right? The dog lowered his head and started to trot away. Petey, hey, come back! Don't you recognize us? With a burst of speed, Josh caught up with him and grabbed him off the ground. Hey, Petey, what's the matter, fella? As I hurried over, Josh dropped Petey back to the ground and stepped back. Ooh, he stinks. What? I cried. Petey, he stinks. He smells like a dead rat. Uh-oh. Josh held his nose. Petey started to walk slowly away. Josh, he isn't glad to see us, I wailed. He doesn't even seem to recognize us. Look at him. It was true. Petey walked to the next row of gravestones, then turned and glared at us. I suddenly felt sick. What had happened to Petey? Why was he acting so differently? Why wasn't he glad to see us? I don't get it, Josh said, still making a face from the odor the dog gave off. Ugh, dead dog smell. Usually if we leave the room for 30 seconds, he goes nuts when we come back. We'd better go, Ray called. He was still at the edge of the cemetery near the leaning tree. Petey, what's wrong with you? I called to the dog. He didn't respond. Don't you remember your name? Petey? Petey? Yuck, what a stink, Josh exclaimed. We've got to get him home and give him a bath, I said. My voice was shaking. I felt really sad and frightened. Maybe this isn't Petey, Josh said, thoughtfully. The dog's eyes, again, glared red in the beam of light. It's him, all right, I said quietly. Look, he's dragging the leash. Go get him, Josh. And let's go home. You get him, Josh cried. He smells too bad. Just grab his leash and you don't have to pick him up, I said. No, you. Josh was being stubborn again. I could see that. I had no choice. Okay, I said. I'll get him. But I'll need the light. I grabbed the flashlight from Josh's hand and started to run towards Petey. Sit, Petey, sit, I ordered. It was the only command Petey ever obeyed. But he didn't obey this time. Instead, he turned and trotted away, holding his head down low. The dog's pissed that you got him killed. Oh no, don't tell me that the dog is a ghost. I feel like that's true, right? I have vague memories of the episode. I don't think I read the book. But that has to be what's going on, right? Petey, stop. Petey, come on, I yelled, exasperated. Don't make me chase you. Don't let him get away, Josh yelled, running up behind me. Will you help, Josh? I moved the flashlight from side to side along the ground. Where is he? Petey, Petey, Josh called, sounding shrill and desperate. I couldn't see him. Oh no, don't tell me we've lost him again, I said. We both started to call him. What's wrong with that mutt? I cried. I moved to the beam of light down one long row of gravestones, then moving quickly down the next, no sign of him. We both kept calling his name. And then the circle of lights came to rest on the front of a granite tombstone. Reading the name on the stone, I stopped short and gasped. Josh, look! I grabbed Josh's sleeve and held on tight. Huh? What's wrong? His face fell with confusion. Look! The name on the gravestone. It was Karen Somerset. Josh read the name. He stared at me, still confused. That's my new friend Karen, the one I talk to on the playground every day, I said. Huh? It must be your grandmother or something, Josh said, and then added impatiently, Come on, look for Petey. No, look at the dates, I said to him. We both read the dates under Karen Somerset's name, 1960 to 1972. It can't be her mother or grandmother, I said, keeping the beam of light on the stone, despite my trembling hand. This girl died when she was 12, my age, and Karen is 12 too, she told me. Amanda, Josh scowled and looked away, but I took a few steps and beamed the light onto the next gravestone. There was a name on it I'd never heard before. I moved on to the next stone. Another name I'd never heard. Amanda, come on, Josh whined. The next gravestone had the name George Carpenter on it, 1975 to 1988. Josh, look, it's George from the playground, I called. Amanda, we have to get Petey, he insisted. But I couldn't pull myself away from the gravestones. I went from one to the next, moving the flashlight over the engraved letters. To my growing horror, I found Jerry Franklin and then Bill Gregory. All the kids we had played softball with, they all had gravestones here. That's why they bothered to tell us their last names. Just pick up the dog and get the fuck out. I know, right? Why isn't he glad to see us? Maybe because you're in Ghost Town, USA, and either he's a ghost or you are. Oh, look, it's all of your friends. Oh, look, all of your friends are ghosts, and absolutely no one is surprised but you. I know, right? I know you guys are 11 and 10 years old, but come on. I could have figured that out at 11 and 10 years old, I think. All the kids we'd played softball with, they all had gravestones here. My heart thudding. I moved down the crooked row, my sneakers sinking into the soft grass. I felt numb with fear. I struggled to hold the light steady as I beamed it onto the last stone in the row. Ray Thurston, 1977 to 1988. Huh? I could hear Josh calling me, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. The rest of the world seemed to fall away. I read the deeply etched inscription again. Ray Thurston, 1977 to 1988. I stood there, staring at the letters and numbers. I stared at them till they didn't make sense anymore, until they were just a gray blur. Suddenly I realized that Ray had crept up beside the gravestone and was staring at me. Ray, I managed to say, moving the light over to the name on the gravestone. Ray, this one is you. His eyes flared, growing like dying embers. Yes, it's me, he said softly, moving toward me. I'm so sorry, Amanda. Why? I genuinely have goosebumps. I didn't think I would actually get goosebumps. Oh my gosh. What's the next softball game? We can use this shit to our advantage, right? Kick those ghost kids' ass. This kid is friends with ghosts. It's paranormal. I know, right? Let me get my. Hang on. I ran out of drink, and now my throat is dry, and I need the rest of my drink. Cause fuck it, I'm finishing the story tonight. Sorry, this is probably gonna be loud. There's no quiet way to do that. Is the caffeine gonna help me get to sleep? Probably not, but you know. Eh. Okay, but like realistically speaking, I know it's a kid's book, but it's genuinely sad to think about that many dead children in a single town. I know, right? And did they all died in Dead House, right? That's the whole thing. That's so sad. No, it's just genuinely sad. This is where the dead go to die. I guess so. It's horrifying. Yeah, this is a really short chapter. This next chapter, we're on page 92. We're almost done with this book. I took a step back, my sneakers sinking. We've only been on live for like a little over 3 hours. It feels like longer than that because I got on later than usual, but I took a step back, my sneakers sinking into the soft ground. The air was heavy, and still, no one made a sound. Nothing moved. Dead. I'm surrounded by death, I thought. Then, frozen to the spot, unable to breathe, the darkness swirling around me, the gravestones spinning in their own black shadows, I thought, what is he going to do to me? Ray, I managed to, well, don't not trust him just because he's a ghost. He can't help that he's a ghost. Ray, I managed to call out. My voice sounded faint and far away. Ray, are you really dead? I'm sorry, you weren't supposed to find out yet, he said, his voice floating low and heavy in the stifling night air. But how? I mean, I don't understand. I looked past him to the darting white light of the flashlight. Josh was several rows away, almost to the street, still searching for Petey. Petey, I whispered, dread choking my throat. My stomach tightened in horror. Dogs always know, Ray said in a low, flat tone. Dogs always recognize the living dead. That's why they have to go first. They always know. Eesh. Yikes. Harsh. Is this where the dead go to live or die? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Let's keep reading. That's why they have to go first. That is so dark. I mean, Petey's dead? I choked out the words. Ray nodded. They kill the dogs first. This is so creepy. I am so creepy. Wait, the dog is dead. Oh no. Well, that was dark. I'm genuinely creeped out. I'm genuinely creeped out. They're not all Goosebump books are this creepy. This is dark as shit. No, I screamed and took another step back, nearly losing my balance as I bumped into a low marble gravestone. I jumped away from it. You weren't supposed to see this, Ray said in his narrow face, expressionless except for his dark eyes, which revealed real sadness. You weren't supposed to know, not for another few weeks, anyway. I'm the watcher. I was supposed to watch and make sure you didn't see until it was time. He took a step towards me, his eyes lighting up, red, burning into mine. Were you watching me from the window? I cried. Was that you in my room? Again, he nodded yes. I used to live in your house, he said, taking another step closer, forcing me back against the cold marble stone. I'm the watcher. Creepy as hell. Creepy as hell. Oh god, everyone is dead. Yeah. They grind him into hot dogs. Oh my god. Sorry, it's really dark and that that managed to get a laugh out of me. I appreciate that. Time to run, yep. I'm less creeped out and more sad. Yeah, it's a mix of both. Watcher in the woods vibe. Oh gosh. Yeah, they're not all this, like, depressingly dark. Usually it's just like, oh wow, it's a teacher that eats bugs. That's crazy. I'm, like, actually creeped. The whole Watcher thing reminds me of the Disney movie R.I.P. Girls. I've never seen that. Somehow I missed that one. I forced myself to look away, to stop staring into his glowing eyes. I wanted to scream to Josh to run and get help. But he was too far away, and I was frozen there, frozen with fear. We need fresh blood, Ray said. Oh my god! Jesus Christ, now I know why he has guilt for writing this for children. What was R.L. Stine thinking? Puts us all in... Puts us all... I know, right? He says that he feels bad writing this one because it's too much. R.L. must have been going through some shit during this time, right? Alright, sorry, it's the Goosebumps thing. My brain is circling around death. Sorry. Girls, I haven't seen that either. I haven't seen the R.I.P. Girls or RIP Girls. That's funny. I needed to laugh right now. I'm, like, genuinely creeped. What? I cried. What are you saying? The town. It can't survive without fresh blood. None of us can. You'll understand soon, Amanda. You'll understand why we had to invite you to the house. To the dead house. In the darting, zigzagging beam of light, I could see Josh moving closer. Heading our way. Run, Josh, I thought. Run away, fast. Get to someone. Get anyone. I could think the words. Why couldn't I scream them? Ray's eyes glowed brighter. He was standing right in front of me now, his features set, hard and cold. Ray, even though my jeans in the marble gravestone felt cold against the back of my legs. I messed up, he whispered. I was the watcher, but I messed up. Ray, what are you going to do? His red eyes flickered. I'm really sorry. Oh my god, he's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill them. Dark Falls is a suburb in Silent Hill. Oh, I didn't realize that. That's funny. He started to raise himself off the ground to float over me. I could feel myself start to choke. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I opened my mouth to call out to Josh, but no sound came out. Josh, where was he? I looked down the rows of gravestones, but I couldn't see his light. Ray floated up a little higher, hovered over me, choking me somehow, blinding me, suffocating me. I'm dead, I thought. Dead. Now I'm dead too. This is a roller coaster. Anybody who's still with me is just not going to sleep. We're all going to be just shaken. And then suddenly, light broke through the darkness. The light shone in Ray's face, the bright white halogen light. Anytime someone floats, you run. Right? Run! Run away! Don't run, boy, run, right? Oh, sorry. Sarcasm sometimes eludes me, even though I'm very sarcastic. I'm caught up now. Not Amanda, she was the only one who deserved to survive this. I know, right? The light shone in Ray's face, the bright white halogen light. What's going on? Josh asked in a high-pitched, nervous voice. Amanda, what's happening? Ray cried out and dropped back to the ground. Turn that off! Turn it off! He screamed, his voice a shrill whisper, like wind through a broken window pane. But Josh held the bright beam of light on Ray. What's going on? What are you doing? I could breathe again. As I stared into the light, I struggled to stop my heart from pounding so hard. Yeah, fuck you, Ray. Don't kill people. That's not cool. Ray moved his arms to shield himself from the light, but I could see what was happening to him. The light had already done its damage. Ray's skin seemed to be melting. His whole face sagged, then fell, dropping off his skin. I stared into the circle of white light, unable to look away, as Ray's skin folded and dropped and melted away. As the bone underneath was revealed, oh my god, his eyeballs rolled out of their sockets and fell silently to the ground. Josh froze in horror, somehow held the bright light steady, and we both stared at the grinning skull. Oh my god. Its dark crater staring back at us. Oh, I shrieked as Ray took a step towards me. But then I realized that Ray wasn't walking, he was falling. I jumped aside as he crumpled to the ground, and gasped as his skull hit the top of the marble gravestone and cracked open with a sickening splat. Oh, just in time. Fill life with emotions, find love has been kicked out of chat. Thank you. Oh no, hasn't been kicked out of chat. Here. Chat? Nightbot, take care of chat, please. Really? Really? You're gonna make me shadow ban them myself. Okay. No, I don't want to add them as a moderator. Jesus Christ. Go away. Jesus. You can't kill her. She's the main character. What about the plot armor? Yeah. I'm not up on my tone tags. Neither am I. You're good. Killing the main character is like Emmy and Max returning from Dragonland before the end of an episode, right? Love Dragon Tales, by the way. Learned anything from Stranger Things 4. Get some music before Vencia gets you, right? Where did this book on? Where did anyone think of? Why did anyone think of that in this book of Ghost Kids? I don't know. God damn it, Nightbot, you have one job, right? LMAO, wait, them as a mod could get interesting. You can't kill what's dead. Horror stories don't have plot armor, even if it's aimed at children. True, very true. You know, for kids, yeah. Children. You know, R.L. Stein's son claims that to this day he's never read a Goosebumps book. He just never has. And to this point, it's like a running joke between him and his dad. I wonder if he's less scarred for life than the rest of us, you know? If I ever meet him, I'll ask. House of Ashes gives plot armor to out like Halloween candy. I think I know. Why I don't read these books as a kid. I wouldn't sleep. I know, right? Even as an adult, I'm just kind of like, yikes, it's a lot. Although some of my sadness for Ray is gone now that he tried to kill everybody. Come on, Josh shouted. Amanda, come on! He grabbed my hand and tried to pull me away. But I couldn't stop staring down at Ray, now a pile of bones inside a pile of crumpled clothes. Amanda, come on! Then, before I even realized it, I was running beside Josh as fast as I could. Down the long rows of graves towards the street. The light flashed against the blur of gravestones as we ran, slipping on the soft, dew-covered grass, gasping in the still, hot air. We've got to tell Mom and Dad. Got to get away from here, I cried. They won't believe it, Josh said as we reached the street. We kept running, our sneakers thudding hard against the pavement. They're gonna try to gaslight us again. They're not gonna listen to us. I couldn't even make it past the cover as a kid. I mean, yeah, I'm less sad for Ray, but would he have tried to kill anyone if he wasn't killed himself and afraid of disappearing? Probably not. True, that is true. We do have to feel some empathy for them. I'm not sure I believe it myself. They've got to believe us, I told him. If they don't, we'll drag them out of that house. The white beam of light pointed the way as we ran through the dark, silent street. There were no streetlights, no lights on in the windows of the houses. We passed no car headlights. Such a dark world we had entered. And now it was time to get out. We ran the rest of the way home. I kept looking back to see if we were being followed, but I didn't see anyone. The neighborhood was still and empty. I had a sharp pain in my side as we reached home, but I forced myself to keep running up the gravel driveway with its thick blanket of dead leaves and onto the front porch. I pushed open the door, and both Josh and I started to scream, Mom, Dad, where are you? Silence. We ran into the living room. The lights were all off. Mom, Dad, are you here? Please be here, I thought, my heart racing. Pain in my side still sharp. Please be here. We searched the house. They weren't home. The potluck party, Josh suddenly remembered. Can they still be at the party? We were standing in the living room, both of us breathing hard. The pain in my side had let up just a bit. I had turned on all the lights, but the room still felt gloomy and menacing. I glanced at the clock on the mantel. Nearly 2 in the morning. They should be home by now, I said, my voice shaky and weak. Where did they go? Did they leave a number? Josh was already on his way to the kitchen. I followed him, turning on the lights. As we went right to the memo pad on the counter where Mom and Dad always leave us notes. Nothing on the pad, nothing. The pad was blank. We've got to find them, Josh cried. He sounded very frightened. His wide eyes reflected his fear. We have to get away from here. What if something has happened to them? That's what I started to say, but I caught myself just in time. I didn't want to scare Josh any more than he was already. Besides, he probably thought of that too. Should we call the police? He asked as we walked back to the living room and peered out the front window into the darkness. I don't know, I said, pressing my hot forehead against the cold glass. What if the police are probably also dead? ACAG, all cops are ghosts. I just don't know what to do. I want them to be home. I want them here so we can all leave. Nine's kid is out of the will if he doesn't read one right. Can't live off that goosebump money someday. If you're not gonna read the goosebumps. Imagine if Ray was Nick or Alicia working for Tony and Vivian, he would still carry out the evil deed, right? Since I read Kingdom Keepers, why do I think Amanda's origin before going to the Disney parks and meet the Keepers themselves and fight Maleficent? I love that. Kingdom Keepers was great. One day we'll read Kingdom Keepers on stream. They're longer books, so it would take a few streams to get through a book, but they're pretty good. One of my favorite kids' books. What's your hurry? A girl's voice said from behind me. Josh and I both cried out and spun around. Karen Somerset was standing in the center of the room, her arms crossed over her chest. But you're dead, I blurted out. She smiled, a sad smile, a bitter smile. And then 2 more kids stepped in front of the hallway. In from the hallway. I was like, how do you stand in front of a hallway? One of them clicked off the lights. Too bright in here, he said. They moved next to Karen. And another kid, Jerry Franklin, and another dead kid appeared by the fireplace. Saw the girl with the short black hair, the one I had seen on the stairs, move beside me by the curtains. They were all smiling, their eyes glowing dully in the dim light, all moving in on Josh and me. What do you want? I screamed. In a voice I didn't even recognize. What are you going to do? We used to live in your house, Karen said softly. Huh? I cried. We used to live in your house, George said, and now, guess what? Jerry added. Now we're dead in your house. The others started to laugh, crackling dry laughs as they all closed in on Josh and me. Ghosts got jokes! Always gotta learn that Goosebumps cheese, right? Kids, you better run now. Your parents are just going to gaslight you, assuming they aren't already dead, right? The series kind of done in the first couple of books, so it's set in the present times. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, time out. Fun. They're going to kill us, Josh cried. I watched them move forward in silence. Josh and I had backed up to the window. I looked around the dark room for escape route, but there was nowhere to run. Karen, you seem so nice, I said. It's always the nice ones. The words just tumbled out. I hadn't thought before I said them. Her eyes glowed a little brighter. I was nice, she said in a glum monotone, until I moved here. We were all nice, George Carpenter said in the same low monotone, but now we're dead. Ouch. Let us go, Josh cried, raising his hands in front of him, as if to shield himself. Please, let us go. They laughed again, the dry, coarse laughter. Dead laughter. I'm gonna make a pun about a dead crowd or something, but I can't fully wrap my mind around it. Don't be scared, Amanda, Karen said. Soon you'll be with us. That's why they invited you to this house. Huh? I don't understand, I cried, my voice shaking. This is the dead house. This is where everyone lives when they first arrive in Dark Falls. When they're still alive. This seemed to strike the others as funny. They all snickered and laughed. But our great uncle, Josh started. Karen shook her head, her eyes glowing with amusement. No, sorry, Josh, no great uncle. It was just a trick to bring you here. Once every year, someone new. It's literally human sacrifice season. Jesus Christ. Once every year, someone new has to move here. Other years, it was us. We lived in this house until we died. This year, it's your turn. I don't want it to be my turn. We need new blood, Jerry Franklin said, his eyes glowing red in the dim light. Once a year, you see, we need new blood. Moving forward in silence, they hovered over Josh and me. I took a deep breath, a last breath perhaps, and shut my eyes. And then I heard the knock on the door, a loud knock, repeated several times. I opened my eyes. The ghostly kids all vanished. The air smelled sour. Josh and I stared at each other, dazed as the loud knock started again. It's Mom and Dad, Josh cried. We both ran to the door. Josh stumbled over the coffee table in the dark, so I got to the door first. Mom, Dad, I cried during pulling the door open. Where have you been? I reached up my arms to hug them both and stopped with my arms in the air. My mouth dropped open as I uttered a short cry. Mr. Dawes? Josh exclaimed, coming up beside me. We thought, oh, Mr. Dawes, I'm so glad to see you, I cried happily. He's also dead, kids. He's also dead. Allegory for conformity of the unobtainable American dream. There's a lot of, like, unobtainable American dream, or, like, the shallowness of, like, the middle-class suburban consumerism. There's a lot of that in R.L. Stine books, and I just find that fascinating. Of course it's human sacrifice season. It's always human sacrifice season. I know, it's apparently for us, it's always human sacrifice season. As I say it like in Clue, they're all dead. Yes. Kids, you're okay? He asked, eyeing us both, his handsome face tight with worry. Oh, thank God, he cried. I got here in time. Mr. Dawes! I started, feeling so relieved I had tears in my eyes. He grabbed my arm. There's no time to talk, he said, looking behind him to the street. I could see his car in the driveway. The engine was running. Only the parking lights were on. I've got to get you kids out of here while there's still time. Josh and I started to follow him, then hesitated. What if Mr. Dawes was one of them? Do we trust Mr. Dawes? Let's see what the big deal is about human sacrifice rituals. There's always snacks and punch. depends on where you go, you know. Some of them are better than others. Hurry, Mr. Dawes urged, holding open the screen door, gazing nervously into the darkness. I think we're in terrible danger. I would say so, but I started staring into his frightened eyes, trying to decide if we could trust him. I was at the party with your parents, Mr. Dawes said. All of a sudden, they formed a circle, everyone, all around your parents and me. Then they started to close in on us. But the dog was barking at Mr. Dawes! Like smacks and punches, yes. Dead. What is it? Is it Trolls 2? Where they're like, he ate them, and now he's gonna eat me. Oh my God, that movie? That's what I'm thinking about. Dawes did say he was also new to town. What if he can be trusted? I want to trust Dawes so badly, but the dog was also barking at him. They need to talk to the manager. The afterlife manager. They started to close in on us. Just like when the kids started to close in on Josh and me, I thought. We broke through them and ran, Mr. Dawes said, glancing at the driveway behind him. So where are the parents? Somehow the three of us got away. Hurry, we've all got to get away from here. Now! Josh, let's go, I urged. Then I turned to Mr. Dawes. Where are Mom and Dad? Come on, I'll show you. They're safe for now, but I don't know for how long. We followed him out of the house and down the driveway to his car. The clouds had parted. A sliver of moon shone in a pale early morning sky. There's something wrong with this whole town, Mr. Dawes said, holding out the front passenger door. Open for me as Josh climbed into the back. I slumped gratefully into the seat, and he slammed the door shut. I know, I said as he slid behind the wheel. Josh and I, we've got to get as far away as we can before they catch up with us, Mr. Dawes said, backing down the driveway quite quickly, the tires sliding and squealing as he pulled out onto the street. Yes, I agreed. Thank goodness. Did I just... I'm losing an earring. Hang on. Hang on. Somehow the backing of this earring came off. It never comes off. Damn it. I have no idea where that went. No, we're just gonna take the earrings out. We're just gonna take the earrings out. It's okay. Imagine if he was the only live one and just liked messing with the kids by making them think he was dead, right? I'll find the backing to that earring later. Oh my God! It was better than Godfather Part 3. I rest my case. It is. It really is. I will not be accepting criticism or questions at this time. Feels weird. I haven't not had these earrings in years. Goodbye, kids. It was nice knowing you. He's probably just moving you to the official human sacrifice amphitheater, right? Right, because where are the parents? He just said we need to find them, and then he said we need to get as far away as possible, and the dog didn't like him. Yes, I agreed. Thank goodness you came. My house, it's filled with kids, dead kids, and so you've seen them? Mr. Dawes said softly, his eyes wide with fear. He pushed down harder on the gas pedal. As I looked out into the purple darkness, a low orange sun began to show over the green treetops. Where are our parents? I asked anxiously. There's a kind of outdoor theater next to the cemetery. Oh God, Mr. Dawes said, staring straight ahead through the windshield. His eyes narrow, his expression tense. It's built right into the ground and it's hidden by a big tree. I left them there. I told them not to move. I think they'll be safe. Oh God. I don't think anyone will think to look there. We've seen it, Josh said. A bright light suddenly flashed on in the back seat. What's that? Mr. Dawes asked, looking into the rearview mirror. My flashlight, Josh answered, clicking it on. I brought it just in case, but the sun will be up soon. I probably won't need it. Mr. Dawes hit the brake and pulling the car to the side of the road. We were at the edge of the cemetery. I climbed quickly out of the car, eager to see my parents. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The sky was still dark, streaked with violet now. The sun was a dark orange balloon just barely poking over the trees. Across the street, Paula! Hey, Paula, I haven't seen you in forever. How are you? He's just skipping them to the final boss. Oh my God. I thought Get Out was horrifying. Get Out was horrifying. This is a different kind of horrifying. Only Hocus Pocus came out before the books. Only then they would know how to make a salt circle. I know, right? Mr. Dawes. So you've seen them? Me. So you knew they were there this whole time, you suspicious motherfucker? Right? I'm okay, just been stressed. Oh, I'm sorry. Stress is the worst. Where am I? Across the street beyond the jagged rows of gravestones, I could see the dark outline of the leaning tree that hid the mysterious amphitheater. Hurry, Mr. Dawes urged, closing his car door quietly. I'm sure your parents are desperate to see you. Uh-oh. We headed across the street, half walking, half jogging, Josh swinging the flashlight in one hand. Suddenly, at the edge of the cemetery grass, Josh stopped. Petey, he cried. I followed his gaze and saw our white terrier walking slowly along a slope of gravestones. Petey, Josh yelled again and began running to the dog. My heart sank. I hadn't had a chance to tell Josh what Ray had revealed to me about Petey. No, Josh, I called. Mr. Dawes looked very alarmed. We don't have time. We have to hurry, he said to me. Then he began shouting for Josh to come back. I'll go get him, I said. I took off running as fast as I could along the rows of graves, calling to my brother. Josh, wait up. Don't go after him. Josh, Petey is dead. Josh had been gaining on the dog, which was aiming along, sniffing the ground, not looking up, not paying attention to Josh. Then suddenly, Josh tripped over a low grave marker. He cried out as he fell, and the flashlight flew out of his hand and clattered against the gravestone. Quickly, he caught up with him. Josh, are you okay? He was lying on his stomach, staring straight ahead. Josh, answer me, are you okay? I grabbed him by his shoulders and tried to pull him up, but he kept staring straight ahead, his mouth open, his eyes. Josh, look, he said finally. I breathed a sign of relief, knowing that Josh wasn't knocked out or something. Look, he repeated, and pointed to the gravestone he had tripped over. I turned and squinted at the grave as I read the inscription, silently mouthing the words as I read. Compton Dawes, R.I.P., 1950 to 1980. I knew it, first of all. Also, Dawes is only 30. They described him sounding so much older. God, do children think about 30-year-olds as being old? God. Getting closer to 30 every day. Two kids gonna die tonight, right? At least you're not being chased by dead people trying to barbecue you into their crew. Well, not that I know of. So much death in the book, but my God. It is called Welcome to Dead House, so sort of like the Parks and Rec, or not Parks and Rec, Arrested Development thing where it's like, don't open dead bird inside, and he looks and he's like, I don't know what I expected. He's dead. Oh wait, he's okay. 30-year-olds had more stresses back then. They probably looked there. So I'm like 250 years old to kids? Okay. Mr. Dawes is probably at least slightly decayed, maybe? My head began to spin. I felt dizzy. I steadied myself, holding on to Josh. Compton Dawes. It wasn't his father or his grandfather. He had told us he was the only Compton in his family. So Mr. Dawes was dead too. Dead. 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 Dead as everyone else. He was one of them, one of the dead ones. Josh and I stared at each other in the purple darkness, surrounded by the dead. Now what? I asked myself. Now what? Chapter 16. We are so close to ending this book. Goodbye, you poor, foolish children. Right? Not Inglewood Dawes. Not Crenshaw Dawes. Compton Dawes. Dun dun dun. This is literally like a 3-page chapter, not even. Get up, Josh, I said in my voice a choked whisper. We've got to get away from here. But we were too late. A hand grabbed me firmly by the shoulder. I spun around to see Mr. Dawes, his eyes narrowing as he read the inscription on his own gravestone. Mr. Dawes, you too! I cried, so disappointed, so confused, so scared. Me too, he said almost sadly. All of us. His eyes burned into mine. This was a normal town once, and we were normal people. Most of us worked in the plastics factory on the outskirts of town. Then there was an accident. Something escaped from the factory. A yellow gas. It floated over the town so fast we didn't see it, didn't realize it. And then it was too late. The Dark Falls wasn't a normal town anymore. We were all dead, Amanda. Dead and buried, but we couldn't rest. We couldn't sleep. Dark Falls was a town of living dead. What are you going to do? So they're not ghosts. They're zombies, pretty much. They're basically zombies. I've been thinking about them as ghosts this whole time. This is definitely a good read, right? She didn't know at this point she deserves to die. This is one of the darkest Goosebumps, in my opinion. Yeah, because R.L. Stine talks about how he feels guilt for writing this book because he's like, I wish I could do it over. It was too dark for kids. And, like, I get why, for sure. It's very dark. They get a lot campier in the after this, but yeah, this one is super dark. Oh, zombies, that's infinitely more horrible. I know, right? There's zombies that also can appear and disappear, so they're like zombie ghost hybrids. I don't know. BRB. Okay, Hannah, you might have to rewind. We're right at the end. What are you going to do to us? I managed to ask. My knees were trembling so hard I could barely stand. A dead man was squeezing my shoulder. A dead man was staring hard into my eyes. Standing this close, I could smell his sour breath. I turned my head, but the smell already choked my nostrils. Where are Mom and Dad? Josh asked, climbing to his feet and standing rigidly across from us, glaring accusingly at Mr. Dawes. Safe and sound, Mr. Dawes said with a faint smile. Come with me. It's time for you to join them. I tried to pull away from him, but his hand was locked on my shoulder. Let's go, I shouted. His smile grew wider. Amanda, it doesn't hurt to die, he said softly. Oh my god, this is so fucking metal. Almost soothingly. Come with me. No, Josh shouted. And with sudden quickness, he dived to the ground and picked up his flashlight. Yes, I cried. Shine it on him, Josh. The light could save us. The light could defeat Mr. Dawes as it had Ray. The light could destroy him. Quick, shine it on him, I pleaded. Josh fumbled with the flashlight, then pointed it toward Mr. Dawes' startled face and clicked it on. Nothing. No light. It's broken, Josh said. I guess when it hit the gravestone. My heart pounding, I looked back at Mr. Dawes. The smile on his face was a smile of victory. They must rule at softball. At least they're not trained to Busan zombies. That movie is so good, but so horrifying. I mean, the only caveat with being a Dark Falls zombie is that you can never leave town. Otherwise, you live forever. Yeah. And you can't be in the light ever. That kind of sucks. Nice try, Mr. Dawes said to Josh. The smile faded quickly from his face. Close up, he didn't look so young and handsome. Okay, so I guess I missed the part where he was younger. And I guess just because he was, like, showing them the house like a realtor, I just kind of assumed he was older, but there are young realtors. I don't know why, but I don't know. In my brain, he was older than 30. His skin, I could see, was dry and peeling, hung loosely beneath his eyes. Let's go, kids, he said, giving me a shove. He glanced up at the brightening sky. The sun was raising itself over the treetops. Josh hesitated. I said, let's go, Mr. Dawes snapped impatiently. He loosened his grip on my shoulder and took a menacing step toward Josh. Josh glanced down at the worthless flashlight. Then he pulled his arm back and heaved the flashlight at Mr. Dawes' head. The flashlight hit its target with a sickening crack. It hit Mr. Dawes in the center of his forehead, splitting a large hole in the skin. Ooh. Mr. Dawes uttered a low cry. His eyes widened in surprise. Dazed, he reached a hand up to the hole where a few inches of gray skull poked through. They better run quickly because cohabitating with all of them is going to be real awkward for them now. Joke for that? Jesus Christ. Run, Josh, I cried. But there was no need to tell him that. He was already zigzagging through the rows of graves, his head ducked low. I followed him, running as fast as I could. Thanks for not leaving me behind, bro. Glancing back, I saw Mr. Dawes stagger after us, still holding his ripped forehead. He took several steps that abruptly stopped, staring up at the sky. Ripped forehead. That just makes me think of Handsome Squidward, where he like has muscles on his forehead. Anyway. It's too bright for him, I realized. He has to stay in the shade. Josh had ducked down behind a tall marble monument, old and slightly tilted, cracked down the middle. I slid down beside him, gasping for breath. Leaning on cool marble, we both peered around the sides of the monument. Mr. Dawes, a scowl on his face, was heading back toward the amphitheater, keeping in the shadows of the trees. He's not chasing us, Josh whispered, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath and stifle his fear. He's going back. The sun is too bright for him, I said, holding onto the side of the monument. He must be going to get Mom and Dad. That stupid flashlight, Josh cried. Never mind that, I said, watching Mr. Dawes until he disappeared behind the big leaning tree. Did they not put it together yet that the Mom and Dad are dead? Because they're dead. They're dead. The only undead that scare me more than Train to Busan zombies are the fierce corpses. And ooh, yeah. So being in the open is the safe bet as opposed to sneaking in the shadows. I guess so. Okay, back. Welcome back. We have escaped the evil Mr. Dawes. He disappeared behind the big leaning tree. What are we going to do now? I don't know. Shh, look. Josh poked his head. Josh poked me hard on the shoulder and pointed. Who's that? I followed his stare and saw several dark figures hurrying through the rows of tombstones. They seemed to have appeared from out of nowhere. Did they rise out of the graves? Walking quickly, seeming to float over the green, sloping ground, they headed into the shadows. All were walking in silence, their eyes straight ahead. They didn't stop to greet one another. They strode purposefully toward the hidden amphitheater, as if they were being drawn there, as if they were puppets being pulled by hidden strings. Whoa, look at them all, Josh whispered, ducking his head back behind the marble monument. The dark moving forms made all the shadows ripple. It looked as if the trees and the gravestones, the entire cemetery, had come to life, had started toward the hidden seats of the amphitheater. There goes Karen, I whispered, pointing, and George and the rest of them. The kids from our house were moving quickly in twos and threes, following the other shadows, as silent and businesslike as everyone else. Everyone was here except Ray, I thought, because we killed Ray. We killed someone who was already dead. Jesus Christ. Okay, so a mysterious gas happened that killed everyone and turned into zombies. Is this Disney Channel zombies, but darker? Yeah, I guess so. You think Mom and Dad are really down in that weird theater? Josh asked, interrupting my morbid thoughts, his eyes on the moving shadows. Come on, I said, taking Josh's hand and pulling him away from the monument. We've got to find out. Guys, run away. We watched the last of the dark figures float past the enormous leaning tree. The shadows stopped moving. The cemetery was still and silent. A solitary crowd floated high above the clear blue, cloudless sky. Slowly, Josh and I edged our way toward the amphitheater, ducking behind gravestones, keeping low to the ground. It was a struggle to move. I felt as if I weighed 500 pounds, the weight of my fear, I guess. I was desperate to see if Mom and Dad were there, but at the same time, I didn't want to see. I didn't want to see them being held prisoner by Mr. Dawes and the others. They're probably already dead. That probably was all a lie. I didn't want to see them killed. The thought made me stop. I reached out an arm and halted Josh. We were standing behind the leaning tree, hidden by the enormous clump of upraised roots. Beyond the tree, down in the theater below, I could hear the low murmur of voices. Mom and Dad there? Joe whispered. Josh whispered. That's not his name. His name is not Joe. He started to poke his head around the side of the bent tree trunk, but I cautiously pulled him back. Be careful, I whispered. Don't let them see you. They're practically right beneath us. But I've got to know if Mom and Dad are really here, he whispered, his eyes frightening, pleading. Me too, I agreed. We both leaned over the massive trunk. The bark felt smooth under my hands as I gazed into the deep shadows cast by the tree. And then I saw them, Mom and Dad. They were tied up, back to back, standing in the center of the floor at the bottom of the amphitheater, in front of everyone. They looked so uncomfortable, so terrified. Their arms were tied tightly down at their sides. Dad's face was bright red. Mom's hair was all messed up, hanging wildly down over her forehead. Her head bowed. This is the lesson. Don't gaslight your kids, or you're gonna get killed by zombie ghosts. Or like Return of the Living Dead, yeah. Mom and Dad in the theater? I mean, their corpses definitely are, if nothing else. What part of human sacrifice season do these children not understand? I don't know. Who buried the bodies if the whole town was killed and nobody could tell their relatives? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Did they bury their own bodies? That's a dark thought. They're all zombies, so they just put fake graves for themselves by the sound of things. Oh, I see. So if they're dead, wouldn't the zombies just remove the tombstones to make the town look more appealing? I don't know. I think it's like a rite of passage to have the tombstone because they don't have homes. I think they live in the tombstones. Maybe. I don't know. I've got several questions. Squinting into the darkness cast by the tree, I saw Mr. Dawes standing beside them along with another older man. And I saw that rows of long benches built into the ground were filled with people. Not a single empty space. Everyone in town must be here, I realized. Everyone except Josh and me. They're going to kill Mom and Dad, Josh whispered, grabbing my arm, squeezing it in fear. They're going to make Mom and Dad just like them. Then they'll come after us, I said, thinking out loud, staring through the shadows at my poor parents. Both of them had their heads bowed. Now, as they stood before the silent crowd, both of them were awaiting their fate. What are we going to do? Josh whispered. Huh? I was staring so hard at Mom and Dad, I guess I momentarily blanked out. Do, Josh repeated urgently, still holding desperately to my arm. We can't just stand here and I suddenly knew what we were going to do. It just came to me. I didn't even have to think hard. Maybe we can save them, I whispered back. Away from the tree. Maybe we can do something. Josh let go of my arm. He stared at me eagerly. We're going to push this tree over, I whispered with so much confidence that I surprised myself. We're going to push this tree over so sunlight will fill the amphitheater. Yes, Josh cried immediately. Look at this tree. It's practically down already. We can do it. Okay, I believe in you, kids. This is the darkest children's book I've ever been read. Right? They're not... this is the darkest Goosebumps book I certainly have ever read. Oh my god. They're going to kill Mom and Dad. Kiddo, they're already killed Mom and Dad. I guess if they're tied up, they're not dead, but you would think they would have already killed them. Fate worse than death. Their parents became vaudeville act for the town. Oh god. Kingdom Keepers, Amanda was in this situation. She'd be using something to push these zombies down. Yeah. Yeah, she would. Amanda from Kingdom Keepers confirmed? I almost said Kingdom Hearts. Oh, it's 12:30. All right, we're literally almost done. 5 more pages. I knew we could do it. I don't know where my confidence came from, but I knew we could do it, and I knew we had to do it fast. Peering over the top of the trunk again, struggling to see through the shadows, I could see what everyone in the theater had stood up. They were all starting to move forward down to Mom and Dad. Come on, Josh, I whispered. We'll take a running jump and push the tree over. Come on. Without another word, we both took several steps back. We just had to give the trunk a good, hard push, and the tree would topple right over. The roots were already almost entirely up out of the ground after all. One hard push. That's all it would take. And the sunlight would pour into the theater. Beautiful golden sunlight. Bright, bright sunlight. The dead people would all crumble. And Mom and Dad would be saved. You know, things that are said in children's books? All 4 of us would be saved. Come on, Josh, I whispered. Ready? He nodded, to his face solemn, his eyes frightened. Okay, let's go, I cried. We both ran forward, digging our sneakers into the ground, moving as fast as we could, our arms outstretched and ready. In a second, we hit the tree trunk and pushed with all our strength, shoving it with our hands, and then moving our shoulders into it, pushing. It didn't budge. You're confusing your confidence with Irish Portuguese stubbornness, right? Yeah. Push! I cried, push it again! Josh let out an exasperated, defeated sigh. I can't, Amanda, I can't move it. Josh, I glared at him. He backed up to try again. Below, I could hear startled voices, angry voices. Quick, I yelled, push! We hurtled at the tree trunk with our shoulders, both of us grunting from the effort, our muscles straining, our faces bright red. Push! Keep pushing! The veins at my temples felt about to pop. Was the tree moving? No. It gave a little, but bounced right back. The voices from below were getting louder. We can't do it, I cried, so disappointed, frustrated, so terrified. We can't move it. Defeated, I slumped over onto the tree trunk and started to bury my face in my hands. I pulled back with a gasp when I heard the soft crackling sound. The crackling sound grew louder until it was a rumble, then a roar. It sounded as if the ground were ripping apart. The old tree fell quickly. It didn't have far to fall, but it hit with a thundering crash that seemed to shake the ground. I grabbed Josh, and we both stood in amazement and disbelief as bright sunlight poured into the amphitheater. The cries went up instantly. Horrified cries, angry cries, frantic cries. The cries became howls, howls of pain, howls of agony. The people in the amphitheater, the living dead, caught in the golden light, began scrambling over one another, screeching, pulling, climbing, pushing, trying to claw their way to shade. But it was too late. Their skin began to drop off their bones as I stared open-mouthed. They crumbled to powder and dissolved to the ground. Their clothes disintegrated along with them. Good luck to any realtor trying to sell property out of this place. The painful cries continued to ring out as the bodies fell apart. The skin melted away, the bones collapsed. I saw Karen Somerset staggering across the floor. I saw her hair fall to the ground in a heap, revealing the dark skull underneath. She cast a glance up at me, a longing look, a look of regret, and then her eyeballs rolled out of their sockets, and she opened her toothless mouth, and she cried, "Thank you, Amanda. Thank you," and collapsed. Oh, God. Gosh, I was just kidding when I wrote word push, and these kids are taking this down with a little push. Yeah. Them pushing the tree by themselves is the most outlandish thing in this book. I know, even if most of the roots are out of the tree, Jesus. They must have powers like 11. I know, right? Never mind, you brilliant, creative little geniuses. I'm so proud of you both. We knew you could do it the whole time. Josh and I covered our ears to shut out the ghastly cries. They're gonna need so much therapy. We both looked away, unable to keep watching. The entire town fall in agony and crumble to powder, destroyed by the sun, the clear, warm sun. When we looked back, they had all disappeared. Mom and Dad were standing right where they had been, tied back to back, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. Mom, Dad, I cried. I'll never forget their smiles as Josh and I ran forward to free them. It didn't take our parents long to get us packed up and to arrange for the movers to take us back to our old neighborhood and our old house. I guess it's lucky after all that we couldn't sell the old place, Dad said as we eagerly piled into the car to leave. Dad backed down the driveway and started to roar ahead. Stop, I cried suddenly. I'm not sure why, but I had a sudden powerful urge to take one last look at the old house. Just get out of there. Just run. As both of my parents called out to me in confusion, I pushed open the door and jogged back to the driveway. Standing in the middle of the yard, I stared up at the house, silent, empty, and covered in thick layers of blue-gray shadows. I found myself gazing up at the old house as if I were hypnotized. I don't know how long I stood there. The crunch of tires on the gravel driveway snapped me out of my spell. Startled, I turned to see a red station wagon parked in the driveway. Two boys about Josh's age jumped out of the back. Their parents followed, staring up at the house. They didn't seem to notice me. Here we are, kids, the mother said, smiling at them. Our new house. It doesn't look new. It looks old, one of the boys said. And then his brother's eyes widened, and he noticed me. Who are you? He demanded. The other members of the family turned to stare at me. Oh, His question caught me by surprise. I could hear my dad honking his horn impatiently down the street. I used to live in your house, I found myself answering. And then I turned and ran full speed down the street. Wasn't that Mr. Dawes standing at the porch, clipboard in hand? I wondered, catching a glimpse of a dark figure as I ran to the car. No, it couldn't be. Mr. Dawes is up there waiting for them. No, it couldn't be Mr. Dawes up there waiting for them, I decided. It just couldn't be. I didn't look back. I slammed the car door behind me, and we sped away. Oh, that family should get the fuck out of there now. And then she woke up, and it was all a dream. Oh my god. Anyone who reads this book will need therapy. We all need therapy. What if they just died from their veins rupturing, and it's just their dying dream? Oh my god. The end, by the way. And add more chilling goosebumps to your collection. A chilling preview of what next from R.L. Stein's Stay Out of the Basement. I need a minute. That was a lot. That was a lot. That was a lot. That was a whole lot. It was a giant amount of a lot. They're dead. They're fucking dead. Oh my fucking god, she's fucking dead. Wow, what a book that was, though, right? This was an experience. I feel like we've all been through an experience together. So the zombies didn't care anymore and had another scheduled house showing? I guess so. In the words of Charles Brown, good grief. I have so many questions. I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Wow, that book was something. And I also want to reread Kingdom Keepers again. Same. I'm almost 30, and I feel like this book reached back into my past and gave me belated childhood trauma. Me too. The other family is doomed. Yes, the other family is doomed. We will now be taking questions. Oh my god, we're gonna have to write a Goodreads review. Where do we even start with the Goodreads review? Boy. So did the zombies pretend die, or did the family actually die and they didn't realize it? Right? Like, did they not die? Or did Mr. Dawes just get away? Maybe Mr. Dawes got away. Maybe that's it. We didn't see Mr. Dawes melt. We saw everybody else. Oh man, this is gonna be some review. Oh, god. Family's dead, like dead. Oh, the new family that just came in is dead. The zombies saw them as too much work for them. Work for the effort. Yeah, I think so too. Oh, wow. Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me pull up. We didn't see Mr. Dawes melt, so maybe he is the one that got away. And he's just like trying to start a new zombie ghost town. Your flashlight insert down here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have my flashlight on all the time. I knew that there was a reason I hate the dark so much. I would have survived this because I turn on every light in every room that I'm in because I'm too much of a squirmy little baby to sit in the dark anywhere. Lived so a new family could die. Yes. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Let's put it on our red shelf because we certainly have earned that. We've earned the ability to say that we have read this book. Let's see. What are we gonna rate? What do we rate this book? First line. Read this. Yeah, right. Mischief Theater's Lodge skit play. The new family should get out. Get out. Yes. 3.5. 3.5. Yeah, I could see. Let's do. It was a pretty It was pretty solid. Books of 5 easy. Oh boy. No, 3 out of 5. Ooh, we're gonna have to vote. Here, I'm gonna start a poll. Let's see, I need to hear from everyone involved. I say 3.5 out of 5. 7 out of 5. What are we going out of 5? I guess 7 out of would be a 3.5 out of 5. All right. Let's see. We'll run a poll. Do it democratically. Oh my god. I feel like I'm still processing. I'm a grown adult woman. I shouldn't have that much trouble processing a children's book. I'm seeing a 3, I'm seeing a 5, I'm seeing a couple of 4s. Let's go 4 and split the difference, because I'm seeing a lot of 3.5s to 5s. Split the difference and say 4-ish. Let's watch something funny on stream before we go. Oh my god. Let's just sit here and contemplate. It wasn't a normal children's book. It wasn't a normal children's book. It really wasn't. It wasn't, like, pace, like, if I was gonna get into my book critics, like put my book critic hat on, pacing is a big thing for me in any media, and the pacing was kind of lopsided because the first half was a lot slower, if I'm being critical. Play Haunted Island. No, she'll get yeeted. Yeah, we now cannot stream things unless we've pre-viz them for not kicking us off stream, because that happens. Yeah, let's go 4. 4 is what's winning by a little in the poll, and also it splits the difference between the other ones. This is in line with the late season Animorphs book. An advanced children's book. We have a lot of feelings. Let's see. Here, I'm gonna say 4. Then I'm gonna start this by saying, wait, let me share my screen so people can actually see what I'm doing. Small cam. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna start by saying, our chat is more split on this book than you've ever been, I think. Suspenseful but not chilling. Yeah, I say 4. Back for a quick hello. 4. Pacing was not even. If book was shorter, then it would have been a better read. Yeah. Had a hard. Let's see. Time. Not a star. Whoops. Rating. What's the word? Definitely darker than the average kids book. Giving us retroactive childhood trauma. But I'm just gonna include what Paolo said. Pacing was not even. Dog died 0 out of 5. If the book was shorter, it would have been a better read. Let's see. Wait, I'll put the spoiler of the dog dying at the end, and then I'll check spoilers. Half star off for the dog dying. Conflicted? I'm also a grown adult, and I'm also still processing. But admittedly, I was also reading a horror romance novel at the same time we were doing this book on stream, so I'm processing both. True, that is a lot. Although I do love a good horror romance novel. Dog died 0 out of 5. Yeah. Suspenseful, but not chilling, as Daniel said. How do I want to say this? Wait, what? An error after but. Pacing. Wait. What the pace? I just forgot to type the word pacing. Thank you. My mind can never process when animals die in these sorts. I know, right? It might disturb your kids, but they'll still want more. Yeah, that's good. It might disturb your kids, but they'll still want more. Several adults have been shooketh during this reading. We were indeed in for a scare. Real horror movie and a children's book. I like that too. We didn't need 3 chapters of them running down the street. Yeah. A real. Let's see. Wait, how am I gonna put this? I'll put this back up by pacing. Trying trying to figure out how to organize this. We didn't need 3 chapters of the kids running down the street. Agreed. There was a man named Compton. Yeah. No, I put shooketh. I put shooketh on purpose because it's, you know, it's like I am shooketh. Yeah. I used an incorrect word. Into your analyst before reading. Right. My entire college experience was built on analyzing reading, and I still don't fully understand what happened with the ending. I gotta add that too. Gotcha, sorry. No, you're good. Thank you for checking, because everybody knows I'm absolutely horrible at typing and spelling, so it could have just as easily been a real mistake. The ending is that most of the zombies died except one. Let me figure out. I'm trying to make sure I can get everybody's comments in as best I can. Um, of our viewers comments that their entire college experience was built. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to keep a couple people's comments in there. Book. Wait. Analyzing. Whoop. And they still don't fully understand the ending. And then let's go into here. I'll go into spoilers. And I'll check this too so that people won't see it right away. The ending was that most of the zombies died except Compton, who stayed behind. Yeah. Compton survived to kill more humans. Yeah. Let's just say oh yeah. The dog dies 0 out of 5. Put an extra space here. Spoilers. The hero survived, but also did not Yeah. Spoilers. Whoops. Again. Hero survived, but didn't solve the issue. So there's that. Hope someone reads it's real and just goes, these ass. Oh my god, if anybody ever read the reviews that we write on stream, we're gonna be just notorious in the Goodreads sphere. We think the hero survived, but we aren't exactly 100% agreed on that being what actually happened. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, update. Can you imagine somebody actually like going on being like, should I buy this for my kid? I feel like nobody's reading reviews to try to figure out if they want to read the books that we're reading on stream. But it would be so funny if somebody's just like standing in a bookstore and this is the first one thing that comes up. Let's vote to see if they survived. I think they did survive. We all agreed that the dog dying sucked. Yeah, let's vote. Hang on. I want to see. I'm curious. I do want to see. Because I do think that's my interpretation. Because we didn't see what's his name melt. We didn't see him. We didn't see Compton die. We saw everybody else. Oh no, I don't want to end the stream. Oh gosh, hang on. So I think he got away, somehow survived, and now he's just starting over. I think, but let's see. Did they die? Question mark. Text yes to 000, text no to 00, like American Idol. Did anybody ever actually vote for American Idol? Did they die? Nah. I think the other zombies died, but I'm not 100% convinced that Amanda's family got away. I'm hopeful. You're hopeful in saying that they did indeed die. Let's go back. Oh, I forgot to take us off of that, so we definitely went into void for a second. We think the main family lives, but we honestly are still debating. Oops. Oh no. Debating amongst ourselves. Sincerely. Is our sign off the Scooby Drew crew of 2022? I'd entire review because spoilers. Date started. Date finished. Yeah, I mean, technically we did finish it on the 12th because we finished it after midnight. Today, there we go. The Voice came out. Yeah, the X Factor actually was first here in America, I think. American and Australian Idol back in the 2000s. At this point, the family is not good enough to die, right? Finales back in the early days of American Idol. I definitely did too. I can't remember who I voted for, but I definitely remember one season where I was really adamant on voting for somebody, but must not have stuck with me that much. Not like week to week. Oh, I remember. I definitely did vote for David Cook a few times. I remember this vividly. We were all very big David Cook fans in the family. Let's post. Only watched The Voice for a few years. Yeah, same. All right. So let's see. Let's go to our profile. I read 13 books this year. And by this year, we mean starting. Well, technically, we started back in March, but we took a very long break. They must live with the PTSD of these events as opposed to cold embrace of death. I agree. I agree with you 100%. Oh no. Whoop. There we go. Oh, your comment didn't get in, but it's okay. Sorry. I was trying to get everybody's and I knew I was going to miss somebody. I'll get you next time. Looks like we win. Of course he didn't. Oh. It's my dad to vote for Clay Aiken back in back as early as season 2. I remember liking Clay. I don't think I voted for Clay Aiken. I was really little. I doubt I would have been voting at that point, but I do remember liking Clay Aiken. All right, look at this lineup of books that we've read together, guys. We easily have the best reading list out of anybody I know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. Anyway, we can go on to full cam again. ADHD is a bitch. Yes. Yes, it is. I'm so sorry. Clay Aiken may not have won the American Idol battle, but he won the war. Yeah, right? We have the most humorous reviews on all of Goodreads. I know. One of these days, we're just going to see somebody being like, does anybody see that group going around writing the, the satirical reviews of children's books? I also want to meet Jerry, because every single book that we have read, that guy Jerry with the Ninja Turtles profile picture has read and reviewed as well. And so I feel like Jerry is our people. All right. Oh my god, it's 1 o'clock where I am. I will let you guys go. But hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow if I'm able to do another stream. And hopefully the new video will be out tomorrow too. That would be nice. Cool if I try to send you a trailer for that Peter Jackson Michael Fox movie. Yeah, I would love that. Thank you. It'll be an article on BuzzFeed. Oh my gosh. What an honor. We will be legends. Yes. Look, I said it before and I'll say it again. Goodreads is a great resource if you're trying to like figure out what books you want to read or buy or whatever. But people get really pretentious on Goodreads. People are just like, actually, I think this, I think like this classic book of all time that's like super meaningful is only really a 3 out of 5. BuzzFeed, oh, LOL. So I feel like we have some humor to break it up in the middle, and that's good. Everybody needs that. Thanks for the story. Until next time. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. My first priority is getting out the video. Well, getting a cut of the video that I did with Daniel to Daniel, and then getting it out after that. So we'll see what happens. Make some sleepy time tea and attempt to avoid nightmares. I'm so sorry. Leave it in the VOD. Okay, thank you. Good night, guys. Please have good dreams. It's only a book. It can't hurt you now. It's over. We beat Welcome to Dead House. Oh my gosh. That was terrifying. If any actual children were watching that, they're never going to sleep ever again. Thankfully, no children are ever in this stream. Free to watch something funny. Next children's book. We'll have to think about what we could watch on stream. Let the Dead House bite. Oh my god. Weep like a baby in hell. My comments during the Goodreads views are my biggest contributions to the world. I'm content with life. That's good. Honestly, I feel the same way. I'm like, I'm content now. All right, I will see you guys later. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and going on this ride. I'm excited to read the next books. After we've gotten this one out of the way, it can only go up from here, Take care. Great stream. Enjoyed making funny theory. This is Amanda's. Yes, I like that theory too, and I like the reminder that eventually I need to read Kingdom Keepers on stream. Bye. I'll see you guys. Sleep well as we all can. Good night. Or good day.